I have little to no faith in hybrid caster. I don't think that's a real thing. I've got my Active Warrior time down to consistently 50 minutes. Well, hopefully we can get close to that. We did a 57-minute the other day, and so that was our second practice run. Today we're gonna go to work. Okay, we're gonna push our way through whatever tilt we get, and we're gonna try to make it happen. Yo, Zugos, what's going on, man? Gideon Dodo, welcome. Appreciate the sub, man. Will you play shape shifting? Which? No. We're gonna be doing the druid. And we're gonna be doing shaman, the shaman ascendancy. Mike MX, appreciate the sub as well. Thank you. What's the most fun thing to start? The most fun thing to start? I mean, that's really down to personal preference. For me, the most fun thing to start is the new thing, right? Something I haven't done before. And Bear, the walking calamity skill looks really cool, so that's what I'm gonna start. But ultimately, beauty's in the eye of the beholder, or something like that, you know, like it kind of comes out of personal preference, I think. What's up, Alan Wright? How you doing? I reinstalled PO2, but I don't have a build yet. Good luck deciding. I mean, a lot of it's kind of like, the thing about PoE2 patches is I feel like a lot of the new stuff is usually like super up in the air. We can't pre-test it. We don't get the tree until like the data mine or the day of. So it's like a lot of these league starts in PoE2, you're kind of forced into winging it a little bit. Getting better at warrior. Wario, close enough. Close enough. Oh, you know what we should do? We should get a live split as well. Klopskowski, you're gonna do the gardener. Gardener looks like it could be pretty fun, to be honest. I'm excited they're adding some more physical spells in the archetype, and I think gardener is a cool, like, I don't know if fantasy is the right word. It's neat, you know. Some of these plants and them taking things out is cool. Gaio, who just did the mobilytics command, just a heads up, guys, for the mobilytics thing, for the guide on the character. Obviously, right now we don't have a lot of info. When we get more info, like the data mine and stuff, I'm gonna start fleshing out the guide for the character. We'll make a buy list. We'll make a passive tree progression plan, stuff like that. But that'll be we kind of need that information, so that's kind of what we're waiting on. Hopefully, they'll give us like tree info and stuff sooner than later. I'm worried it's not gonna happen until the data mine though. Is Drew looking good? Is Drew looking good? I think it looks fun. Whether or not it's objectively good. So I'll put it this way. Looking at some of the druid skills, the dragon flame breath skill looks like it has legitimate effectiveness, like it can be a decent skill, but its limitation is its movement. So maybe doing like a pathfinder to like get around how much it slows you down to use that skill could be an angle. The bear walking calamity skill looks pretty strong. Maybe would open up some auto bombing possibilities. That's what I'm gonna look into. And the wolf skills, I'm less sure on. I haven't really looked at their effectiveness. I'm guessing that'll probably play more similar to like a monk type of play style. But you know, that's just general impression stuff. We obviously don't have the levels 20 skill gem info or the full look at the ascendancy nodes, or even the full look at what the Templar tree is gonna look like, and all that stuff matters a lot too. Are you locked into Shaman? I'm pretty sure I'm locked into Shaman. I feel like Shaman has some pretty good ascendancy points, and you know, playing something new sounds fun to me. I can't get 2% on Adorn Jewels. Yep, Barbarous, you cannot get that. Somebody said something about that, about for attribute stacking at one point. They said adorned with attribute stacking. I was like, oh, that makes sense. And then I remembered, oh no, it doesn't, because you can't get % on magic jewels. So that's like the limitation there. You can get it on rare jewels with abyssal currency, but you can't get it on magic, and you can't make them go back to magic. So you're stuck between choosing the implicit flat 6 strength multiplied by 2.5, so like 15 flat strength, or 2% strength with a 6 flat roll, right? Time to log in as Smith Katava. I'm not gonna be logging in as Smith. Smith got some like nice changes though, right? It got some decent stuff occur for it, I think. But yeah, no, I will not be logging into Smith myself. I think I was gonna go Life Stacker Blood Mage. Is it dead, nerfed, or can you still play it? I think you probably can still play it. It got very heavy nerfs, don't get me wrong, but that character was way overkill in terms of power scaling. Is this a crossbow run? Nah. Okay. I really just want to play the bear skills. I don't want to like play some different build to then swap into bear at level 50 when we get Walking Calamity. I'm just gonna full commit. I think the bear skills will be good enough at baseline, so I'm gonna full commit to the dream and just see if that either punishes me or doesn't. We'll find out. Is the thought process. I'm tempted to do Titan Bear. Yeah, a lot of the other classes should play pretty well with it. I would imagine.
Clearfell could be in danger. I'd best hurry. Now this might be just what I need.
GG, heard you talking about increased damage from Wrathfith is the strong part that they added a new patch. I don't think that's because of me. That was probably a nerf they had in the works. They just hadn't decided how much they wanted to do it by. I was cracking up because last night I finally got home after doing the family stuff. And I go to Connor's stream. I'm like asking about his Indigon plans. And he's like, are you trolling me? And apparently in the middle of the day yesterday, they kind of killed Indigon for the amount of damage scaling he was planning to use it for. Which was kind of funny. It just came out a few minutes before you asked that. Oh, so it wasn't even like that long that it was like that.
Stay back. Don't do this.
Is this guy gonna summon things? We took 2 minutes to kill that guy. 2 minutes. You go Titan or Druid? We're gonna go Druid.
Father,
we're gonna be Druid enjoying is the plan.
I fear that our land.
we will survive this.
Hello, please. Take your time. Oh, I like this one. Stay safe, if you can.
Oi.
52 gold.
Deal. Till next time.
No misplays? Yeah, we'll see about that. We will see about that. He's dodge rolling. I'm just remembering how to play the game. Okay, this is practice, guys. This is practice. The goal here is to get better at the game. Okay. How does that do that much damage? I got hit by one ability. They're doing that much damage. That's crazy. Circle back to find the fight against what's her face.
Invader! Estelle!
Default attack for the win. That seems not too bad, right? We definitely can fight the witch early. I'm like the person after the witch though, I feel like always messes me up big time. Whatever this thing is over here. All right, here it is.
It's been many years. Does the witch still live here?
What are you aiming at? Okay, so that was cool. Did the rolling slam and it just outright missed whatever I was aiming at there? Please die. Please die. Not even close. Easy peasy. I was never worried at any point that I would lose to the random witch thing. Where am I going? Where's bro going? I have no idea. That's the situation.
I remember this place.
That's the problem with me doing Act 1 is I actually have no idea where I'm going. Is it like an accuracy thing? I swear the slams are right on top of the monster. Or is it just because rolling slams AoE is just that utter garbage that even though I'm right on top of the enemy, it still somehow is not hitting them? Because that is ridiculous. That is unhinged is what it is.
They still defend their land, even after all this time.
What's your favorite BTD6 Paragon? I have no idea what the hell that even means. I have literally absolutely zero idea what that the words you just said. I'm like, I don't know. You play with controller? Yeah, controller's a good time, man. Meteor Bearer, Go-Go is what appealed to me. Me too, man. We're gonna have consistent, good gameplay.
Need mana. My satchel is full.
Uh-oh. No one saw that. No one saw that. Don't look. Don't look.
They still defend their land, even after all this time.
Listen, I'm trying to look at read chat, okay? That was a reading chat death, okay? Let's be honest, okay? If I go to look at chat, I am not looking at screen, and thus I can get sprint death, okay? It happens to the best of us, okay? Uh-oh. 2 flasks. Is that gonna be enough to do this fight? We're fine. Good at game. Everything is a-okay. Actually, is the play to do like this? Now that we got the thing, to then do like this. To then go over here. And then circle back to town? Is this the technique? Kill Rust King and then log. Log doesn't take you back to town though. Right? You still need to do like this, don't you?
It's fine work, Father. I still have much to learn.
That'll be useful. Go well.
Renly's done a goodbye.
Wait, you know what I should be buying though? Is a hammer.
Oh, that'll pack a punch.
Oh, give me some fizz. Like I just got robbed.
Till next time.
Like I actually just got straight up robbed. Why do you have 2 timers on?
Now the others.
Oh, do I have it not lined up correctly? Can we pause? All right, hold on. I'll put this in a better spot. One is like the screen capture for live split, and the other is the actual live split. Hey, Raffies, how you doing, man? Can't wait for the new Steam controller. You gonna try it out? I'm gonna wait for people to try it out and see how it goes. Pafton, you can turn it to town from the character screen. I can. All right, let me check that. I'm kind of curious now. If I go to extra to character selection, delete character league migrations, log out. I think the one thing for the return to town, LT plus A. Okay, so I'm covering it with a timer. Start game in town / hideout. I see what you guys are talking about. Okay, that's neat.
He's in goodbye.
Okay, so we need to find the thing that is out here somewhere. Here it is. How's the perfection of the run going? Well, we're just starting, so hopefully it's gonna go well. A lot of relearning Act 1.
If the face.
Timer? Oh no. Alright, how much illegal time did we get? Do I have to reset the run? Is this a reset the run angle? Yeah, is it reset the run? You know what? To be fair, you know, we probably should reset the run, guys. If I've learned anything from watching any good speedrunner, the moment something goes just minorly wrong, instant reset, right? Just quick, easy, instant reset. That's how you get faster. It was only like 20 seconds. Should we? Yeah, I don't really want to reset. Who am I kidding myself? I don't really want to reset. Okay, so you think we were like 12:30 then? Like that? I don't think I'm that committed to being a speedrunner of doing that many resets. Not a true speed. Yeah, a true speedrunner would reset right then and there. Just complete reset. But I don't think I have the stones to do that quick of a reset. And I got the good layout. And by good layout, I mean I'm definitely going to pick the right way to go the first time and definitely not go into any dead end. Dang it. I shouldn't even start talking about not going into dead ends. I basically summoned the dead end by starting that sentence. I all but guaranteed I'd be running into a dead end by even opening my mouth there. Oh my. Actually, you know what? You know, we did mess up the timer earlier, guys. We did mess up the timer earlier. Yeah, now that I think about it, you know, really we should not, because I just hit like 5 dead ends in a row, but actually, you know what, we did kind of mess up the timer earlier, so we should probably delete the character, right? We should, you know, a proper speedrunner would just delete the character, and it's, you know, this is the pathway forward. Okay, this is the pathway forward. Lance, first attempt of day. Yep, because that's what this is. This is the first attempt.
Our people made you strong.
You want an emote, Foggy? What emote do you want? Did you pay for this? Peepo plants? It says we already have it. Did Alweezy add it? Or somebody in chat added it? You did? I got it. Oh, sick. All right. All right. First run of the day, guys. First run of the day. No mistakes will be made. No mistakes will be made. Gonna go straight to just ideal pathing. Not messing up anything. Not missing a beat. Is this TaiTai's PoE 2 channel? It is actually. TaiTai is actually the one playing the game right now, if you'd believe it. Do you guys believe it? Andre, you don't have to say no. Okay, you can just say yes. There's no shame in just saying you totally believe. I was not in the range of that.
Stay back. Don't do this.
I love being at like completely visually away from the hit and still getting hit by it. Take him out. Where's the speedrunner content? That's exactly what we're doing, man. That's exactly what we're doing right now. Trust. You're being catcalled? Will we wants to chat? Sure. Not because I'm looking for a reason to not run campaign runs. I really want to prioritize campaign runs right now, but You know, why not? We'll take the call. We'll take the call. Not because I want to avoid doing campaign. I'm very committed. Very committed to the running campaign, guys. I'm super committed. Yo, what's up?
Yo. Hey. It's pre-league drama time.
Oh, no, the scheduled pre-league drama time. Oh, no.
Scheduled pre-league drama.
Yeah, who's it this time?
You know what it is? It's you.
What? What did I do this time? Because I want to play a bear?
No. It has nothing to do with that. Word on the street is you decided that you wanted to make an exit on Max Roll and come join the fam on Mobalytics.
Yeah, that is true.
The word on the street.
That is the word on the street. Yep. Mm-hmm. It wasn't for any bad blood reasons. It was Mobalytics made me an offer I couldn't refuse.
So it's just purely monetary.
Yeah, no, there was no like drama. I mean, unless you consider that drama.
I mean, that's a little bit of drama. That means Max Roll are little stingy little cucks that did not value Captain Lance's services, which is kind of drama.
Don't put those words in my mouth. I am not saying that for the record. What the hell?
Well, I'm saying it for you. I'm saying I believe Mobalytics valued your services more than Max Roll, and I think you're a good content creator. There's a lot of good content. And how could a company not value your services? If you don't value Captain Lance, who do you value in the community? That's what I'm saying. I'm saying it for you. Anyways.
Is that what you came to call me for?
Yeah. Okay. And I want to discuss Bear with you because I was talking about Bear too, and then I saw a video and it says you wanted to also play Bear.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about it too.
Bear looks fun, man.
Here's this. Is Walking Calamity the biggest draw to you for Bear?
100%. I think without Walking Calamity, it's pretty much just like a couple basic attacks. In terms of like the skill set.
That's exactly what I said. So we can all agree that the whole entire Bear theme hinges on Walking Calamity, but we don't know how it exactly works, correct?
Yeah, it's good. It's basically going to be like, do we actually get decent amount of hits on this, or is the radius so large that you don't actually get consistent hits with it? I think the big meteor is going to have like smart targeting.
Do you think there's a hit cap on the skill like there is on Rain of Arrows, and it only hits like 3 times a second?
Does Rain of Arrows says it on the gem, right? Or does it not say it on the gem? I haven't used Rain of Arrows.
I don't even think, no. It doesn't even say on the gem. What's the crossbow skill that fires like eye shots into the sky? It has the same thing. It also has a hit limit, and it doesn't say on the gem.
Well, I mean, that could be a way it could break it, yeah. Well, I guess we'll freaking find out. I hope not.
Yeah, and Firestorm also has a hit limit, and it doesn't say on the gem also, right?
Some nice hidden benefits when you play a skill. You plan on a bunch of overlapping hits. You jack up the try to force overlaps. Doesn't even matter.
Yeah, that's some of my concerns, right? The other concern that I had, I don't know if you thought about this, is how is the glory generation going to be?
I think the glory is going to be easy. Like it's only 20. It doesn't have a cooldown, and it starts the second you like it runs out, right? There's no built-in cooldown on the gem info unless they add one last minute.
No, so the glory you can't generate until you come out of Walking Calamity, right?
Yeah, it can't generate during it, but like there's like multiple different things that can give you rage really fast, like war cries. If you invest in a rage on hit, you could even have it on like a weapon set where you just have like, close to 20 rage and from one attack type of thing. Like there's quite a few rage on hit nodes if you wanted to use your freaking weapon set for that. But I'm planning just to go shaman for the like passive gen so that I generate the 20 rage just from that node. But it kind of sucks because you have to grab a dead node because the spell damage node ain't no way somebody's making a hybrid build where you play spells and attacks effectively together. I don't believe it.
I literally just said this like 20 minutes ago. We're literally saying the same exact thing because like it didn't work in PoE 1, right? And like it's so hard to get global like scaling, right? Crit. Like you can't play spells without crit, right? With like I don't know, man. Like it's just like it's so hard to scale both things together at the same time. In this game,
The second
I don't.
the second you freaking try to diverge, even like if it's only like a slight divergence, it cooks both things you're trying to do. Like unless you have like basically 1-to-1 overlap with the two skills you're trying to use together, like let's say Righteous Fire and Fire Trap is pretty 1-to-1, but like the second you want to say, oh, I'm going to play Fire Dot where I have Righteous Fire and Burning Arrow, all of a sudden you've separated to an attack, and it's like your scaling's cooked already at that point.
Yep. I agree. I completely agree. And there's nothing. So when I first saw that Ascendancy, I was like, the node is backwards. Like, shouldn't the Rage Gen be first? Because everyone wants the Rage Gen. And like you're basically telling people they're getting spell damage. Like the first node is going to be like useless forever because, or unless if you're manually generating a rage with Bear.
I mean, we could hope that, it's not finalized and they decide to switch the order. But yeah, when they're forcing you in the Rage Gen, they're basically, maybe their thought process is it's similar to like hulking form or whatever, where they're like, all right, we're going to make you grab a dead node to get the good node behind it type of thing. But it feels freaking bad. My cope is, okay, I'm taking this whole wheel, I'm getting Rage Gen, which is nice for quality of life reasons, but then I'm getting at least 15 max rage. So like, I get some damage out of it. It doesn't feel completely wasted. That's my cope.
Okay. So my other thing about Walking Calamity that I was thinking about, right? I don't know if you thought about this, is Empower should affect the whole entire skill, right?
I think it will. I mean, it's an attack, right? It doesn't...
Yeah, it's an attack. Yep, it's melee. It's a melee attack. So you can Infernal... So should an Infernal Cry affect the whole entire Walking Calamity?
That's what I think it would. But to me, that's also like, that sounds too good to be true. So like, I think there's an offhand chance they just make it not work with it type of thing. But I feel like it should.
Because it has a
mechanically. Type. What?
I think the only thing that could make it not do that, because Flicker Strike, like one Infernal Cry does the whole thing, right? No matter how many hits you do. Yeah. But there's a trigger tag on the thing, and I'm wondering if it's like an actual like different skill, and then maybe then it will be kind of weird. I don't know.
I see what you're saying. Like the meteors and the large meteors are considered trigger, but it's like a nested mechanic. So it like maybe you would say it applies the Infernal Cry to Walking Calamity, but not to the meteors it's triggering. That could be how they cook it. Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, that's what I can see that happening. I can also see that, it could just work, right? So I don't know. It's so hard starting a skill that we don't know what the hell it does, and we don't know any of the mechanics behind it, and it's just so like, because if that skill doesn't work, there is no fallback, is there?
The fallback is you're playing not Bear, I think. I just don't have a lot of faith in the other, like they have Maul, that's like basically default attack with cleave, and they have like the slam, but that doesn't have very good effectiveness. So if you can't get the Walking Calamity to do damage, I think you're just cooked, kinda.
Yeah. Well, I think the Walking Calamity and Ancestral Cry for Footsteps, like together, it should do big damage, right? Because you're basically generating glory, like nonstop. No?
Yeah. So I think you'll be able to have like basically 100% uptime. I feel like it'll play like an auto bomber.
Damn, you're that confident. People are telling me in chat that we don't even know how the glory gen is going to work, because right now I think for every rage you get one glory.
That's what I think it reads like. Are people saying they think it's going to be like 10-to-1 or something, like some terrible ratio?
Yeah.
I think it's going to be 1-to-1, and you're going to be able to pop that rage to get that glory really fast.
That's what I was hoping if I were to play something like that, but we don't know.
Even if it's not that good in terms, like if let's say the glory gen's a little bit more cooked, its base duration is 10 freaking seconds, which means you can, if you want to, you can snapshot quite a bit of investment in skill effect duration, right? Like that's a pretty good
Yeah,
baseline
second
duration to begin with. But I think the rage gen is gonna work. I think it's gonna be 1-to-1 with glory.
Interesting. Interesting. So are you going to do a second tree of like, oh, well, how's that going to work? Because your second tree is only going to pop. You would want all your glory gen and all your skill duration on one tree, but that means like that's
The thing is I don't know if it would even work too well because I believe on the skill it says somewhere that like if you transform out of bear form, it ends. So it's like if you go that route, the problem with it is you'd have to, I think, be running just talismans in like both weapon sets, right? You couldn't have an extra snapshot for DPS with like curse effect or anything like that.
Yeah. I you're completely right because you can't transform out of bear form, right? So I mean, those are the things I was thinking about with bear. You have any additional thoughts you want to share about bear form that you were thinking about?
Not something that I want to say out loud in case they nerf it before patch. Not because listen, I've seen too many builds go down to pre-patch nerfs because it's something that I think mechanically works really well with bear, but I think it might be something where they'd say, nah, we're gonna patch this, you know. It's kind of walking the line a little bit. So I want to be a little careful.
It's walking the line. Interesting. Let me think about this. Let me think about what you want to do. Okay.
No. Let's not talk about it too much because we gotta chill. Okay, we're trying to not get pre-nerfed.
Okay.
We've seen what Ziggy can do to kinetic rain. Okay, we gotta be careful.
That's true. I've been a victim of this for many cycles now. I definitely understand what you're going through. Anyways, you don't think Wyvern could be good?
Wyvern? I think the Dragon Breath has actually decent numbers, but it's also like that is a form where you need to get reduced movement speed while using the skill because like it clearly has a really slow, like it makes your character not move when it's active pretty much. And they are just kill all the different sources of that stat. So it's like, that'd be my, like, maybe Pathfinder can make it feel decent where you can just do that Dragon Breath decently, get a bit of CDR, and then you have pretty good uptime on it. The other skills I'm not so confident in, but the breath seems good. What about you? What do you think of it?
I think the breath could be good. I think that in order to play the breath, though, you're going to have to, like, do some, like, scummy shit with, like, charges because I mean you're not going to walk around and generate charges. You need to like use like charms to generate charges and rage and stuff like that, right? In order for you to get the breath working well. And you have to solve what you said earlier with the reduced movement speed penalty, which I think is going to be really hard to solve this league, right? And even Pathfinder I think is going to be too slow with that breath. So I'm not too sure. What I think could actually be pretty good on the Wyvern skill is rolling magma.
The rolling magma, the double hit.
Yeah. Like it's gonna. Well, every skill shotguns in this game, right? Every projectile skill that has
pretty much, yeah.
Is there one that doesn't?
I think they set in like random limits for stuff like we were talking about earlier, where they just say this thing can only hit a certain amount of times, but I doubt they would do that for rolling magma. I think you're gonna get the 2 hits for sure at the bare like baseline.
Yeah. So if we just get a bunch of projectiles and then you.
Oh no, I don't think it's gonna shotgun for multi-proj though. You think it's gonna shotgun for multi-proj?
What AoE skill in PoE 2 does not shotgun? That's AoE like that.
I think.
I mean, I'm curious. Is there one that doesn't shotgun?
No, you might be right. They might.
All the AoE.
I think this is like freaking like my PoE 1 brain just tells me no way they'd let you shotgun like that with like Magma Orb, but this isn't PoE 1.
Yeah, it's PoE 2.
We don't have it. We don't have as much access to extra proj, right? So maybe they don't feel like they need to safeguard it, you know, like police it from shotgunning.
Well, you do have Deadeye. You have multi.
You have Deadeye and you have like the support, right?
Yeah.
Would
And they might
the
add some stuff
surpassing
to-
projectile things work like on the tree? Those probably say bow or something, right?
Yeah, they're probably gonna say bow. I hope they don't say bow because that would be kind of sad. I hope they're I hope it's just normal projectiles because you know, crossbows, you know, are good. Grenades, freaking, you know. So I hope this it's generic, but you know, they might be just bow only for the ranger section. I have no idea. I have no idea. I know the top is all spells, right?
The what is all spells?
The top side.
Yeah, pretty much.
All the surpass that they're
Yeah,
gonna do
all
it's gonna
the
be spells.
chance for 2 additional project stuff is all spells.
Yeah, there's nothing for attacks. But yeah, I don't know. I'm assuming it could shotgun because I don't even know any projectiles in PoE2 that's like that shoots like AoE that doesn't shotgun. So
I feel
maybe?
like it'd be a risk that I'd be nervous about it. I like that's one of those things where because it could shotgun with like the extra bounces and stuff too.
Yeah.
If it works that way, it'll actually be pretty freaking insane DPS, honestly.
That's
Double
what I
hits
was
plus
thinking.
extra hits per projectile.
Yeah. Right? Because gas arrow works. I mean, gas arrow shotguns like that. I mean, it's AoE, right? Like all the AoE basically freaking all the AoE things that's on the ground basically freaking shotgun. I don't even know any skill that doesn't. I'm trying to think of one right now.
I can't think of any.
Right? So I mean, but PoE2 doesn't obey their own rules. So it's not like PoE1 where there's a set of rules. In PoE2, if they feel like something's OP, they'll just call it a bug and just nerf it.
They gotta have some reason for whatever balance change they decide to make, whether they call it a bug or they say, hey, this is just too much damage.
Yeah.
I don't know. That one
But-
I still would just be nervous about because it's just sounds too good to be true with the amount of effectiveness the skill has at baseline.
Yeah,
I feel like that'd be rolling the dice.
It's 187 isn't a lot at level 20 though. This is the only reason why I think it might actually work because it's 187.
Yeah, it's 187 though, but that's with the consideration that it can double or triple hit with like AoE investment, right? And then if you add in extra projectiles, all of a sudden it's like way more than most other skills in the game. You know, obviously there's exceptions like freaking lightning rod and the amount of shotgunning you get from that skill, but like I feel like they try to shoot for a baseline. If they would allow that thing to multi-hit, they wouldn't have given it a 187 baseline.
But it's 187 at 20. So it's not, dude, I don't even think it's that bad. You know, explosive shot is like explosive shot, like the crossbow skill.
Yeah, I have not played explosive shot.
It has, okay, so it has a projectile part, right? And it has an explosion after, and it's 493 for the explosive for the projectile, and it's 493 for the AoE.
And you can shotgun with it too?
Yeah, you can shotgun with it too. One projectile, if you have pierce, will pierce through the thing and it'll explode behind it. So it's like 1K.
Okay. Well, I mean, in that perspective, then I think you got a shot. I hadn't played a lot of the projectile attack-based skills to be like. I've played mostly spells builds so far between these first few patches.
Oh. Oh.
I didn't realize that it had that much effectiveness on some of the skills. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot. And like explosive shot is considered like not even high DPS. Sort of. It's like really mid. It has like a attack speed penalty for 0.7, but it's still 700, right? Just for like running one pierce.
Yeah.
Which I think is kind of big. I mean, 700 is like way more than what you're getting from, you know, this magma shit. Right? You're only getting like 370 if it hits twice.
Yeah.
And 370 times 0.8. So I don't even think it's a lot. But I'm wondering if we can make it shotgun multiple times. you know, on like big targets and bosses and stuff like that, like past 2 with AoE scaling.
I
It's
would
like
think so. I
1,
mean, some
108.
enemies you face have really big hitboxes.
Yeah. So
Are you
it might be good.
committed to doing like Wyvern or Bear? Or are you still thinking about playing a gardener? I saw like your picture on stream was a freaking like cat watering something. Are you
Okay.
you committed to anything?
From my I haven't committed. I know in my heart, if I want to play, like, if I want to have fun and farm and, you know, like have good build, I'm playing one of the crossbow builds, right? I'm either playing explosive grenade or I'm playing galvanic, I think. Like Last Lament galvanic on like Pathfinder or something like that. Because they have like kind of like insane scaling for the end game. With like a bunch of different things. Like Requiem for Last Lament just has like infinite damage, right?
Mhm.
So and explosive shot has fire flower. I don't know.
You don't want to YOLO risk the gardener build and find out it has no no support.
I think it's gonna be bait, man. I think that everyone's just gonna laugh at me for like 2 days, and then I'm gonna be sad.
That's net positive content though. That's a good time.
Yeah, but
for people in chat, not you, obviously. Like that would freaking suck for you, but if you're in chat, that'd be best in slot starter for
they
you.
get that every league, man. I couldn't even kill Root Dredge with a new skill last league, man. It was so sad. Like some of the new skills are just so sad, man. Like I just don't know what to do anymore. I want to play Bear. I don't know if it's gonna work. I want to play Wyvern. I don't know if it's gonna be good. I just don't know anything because there's no info, and they're basically like going, yeah, just vibe game, right? But we know like vibe gaming doesn't kind of just doesn't work in this game, IMO, because yeah, I don't know. The builds are too slow. They don't do enough damage, and they just suck, right? If you don't have a plan, basically.
Dude, I like vibe gaming. I think it's good. Well, I haven't gotten burned from it yet. Is the main thing.
You haven't gotten burned?
Not in PoE 2 from YOLO sending. Like first patch I YOLO sent, I was like, Archmage looks good, I'm gonna send that, and Archmage was completely broken in the first patch. Then I did Essence Drain, which wasn't necessarily OP, but it was just good, especially as like a start, like compared to like a lot of the other builds. And then point 3 I did Blood Mage, and Blood Mage just got gifted like 3 different ridiculous multipliers last patch between like Adaluis, Tech Rods, and a few other things.
Yeah. So you didn't get burned. Well, my first patch, I started Gas Grenade, and then 2 days into the league, GG said that did too much damage, and they nerfed it. And I was the DPS. and then 0.2, I was like, I was gonna play a bow build, and they were like, no, dude, play Spears. Spears is gonna be good. And then I was like, what do you guys want me to do with Spears? They were like, parry. And I parried my way through 4 acts, and it was the worst experience of my life. Like, it was just absolute just trash. I like wanted to hurt myself after.
Do you think there's a scenario where they dial back introducing mechanics like parry? Like the active block reaction type mechanics?
I don't know. I honestly, I have so many questions on this game and how it's being developed that I don't even know like where to begin asking. I really want to sit down and ask them these questions, but they'll never let me. But do you feel like Path of Exile 2 is more complicated than PoE 1 already?
I don't think so. Do you think it's more complicated? I feel like there's just
reading. Go for it.
I was gonna say I feel like if I boot up a character in Path of Exile 2 versus 1, like let's say I'll just use Essence Drain Lich as an example. Mm-hmm. There's only so many ways to do that character. Like a large amount of your passive tree is just like kind of fixed. So like I feel like in that regard, like making builds is not very complicated because there's a lack of like ways to do things. You know, like if I make a Lich or essence drain, and you make essence drain, I think it would be like 90% of the same nodes get clicked because there's only so many nodes that are actually even good for the character.
Because the tree is just like fucked up.
There's not much there. So I think in terms of like build making, it's not too complex.
But can you name every single support in this game without hurting yourself?
I mean, no.
Can you even pronounce some of the supports they've added to the game?
There's so freaking many, dude.
That's what I'm saying, right? It's like, it's pretty, like, a lot of them are useless, but there's a lot of bloat already. No?
It's like they have a ton of like hyper specialized stuff where it's like 80%, 90% of the supports are just completely irrelevant for your character, but you have to scan through all of them to find the support that's actually like useful for your character.
Yeah. But there's only like 6 of them.
Well, I feel like the part of the reason is because they start out with the initial philosophy of we're gonna make it so you can only have one support, and that way we need to add a bunch of supports that work for every specific character, specific case, and then they added like all this bloat work kind of because of that, and they walked it back, but then the bloat, because they made all those supports, is still there, you know?
Mm-hmm.
At least that's what I feel like kind of happened with the how there's so much supports already, but only so many that even work for your character.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm going through the sports and shit, dude. I feel like my memory is like pretty decent when I'm not like, you know, drinking or whatever. But I think my memory is pretty decent. And for the life of me, I can't remember so many names because they're all like Gagabui's fucking like, you know, and Buku's freaking island drink or some, you know, it's some like weird ass name with some like fucking some fucked up shit, and I can't remember any of this stuff, and it's so I don't know, man. I feel like it's just so confusing to me these days. Like in POU1, I have multi-strike, and I know what multi-strike does because it does exactly what it says, right? But I don't know what Dooku Pookie's like agenda does, right?
Yeah, the lineage supports very specific name with some other like arbitrary word afterwards that's somewhat related but not quite related to what it does.
Yeah, and I think it's like confusing as hell to me, and I feel like if I'm being confused, everyone else must be confused, unless if I'm just like dumb these days. But I do really feel like it's really, really confusing in this game. And like, there's so many confusing things and so much bloat and so complex already for me. But I would just like, you know, I like to just keep it simple, play rolling magma, put scatter shot on it, put some damage on it and go, right? But these days, like builds are like, there's so many layers of like supports behind each build.
I feel like it's kind of like you pay a time tax for whenever you play a new build, you're like, okay, I need to go through this entire list to figure out the supports that are relevant. And that could be like literally like an hour or more just finding the relevant supports for the skill you're trying to play.
Is that good for dad gamers though? Do you feel like, because they made this game for dad gamers, right?
I mean, like, depends how dad gamer are we talking? Are we talking to dad gamer who just wants to pull up some guide with somebody who already showed him all the supports? Then I'd say like,
I mean,
then it's no big deal because they just freaking copy it or whatever. And then the other portions of the game that are easier are easier. But if a dad gamer wants to make his own build and send it, he's going to spend a lot of time looking at the supports, trying to figure out which ones even work for his character.
Do you remember all the debuffs that you get in this game? And all the debuffs you can
The
apply?
debuffs?
There's so many. There's like, I don't even know where to start.
I don't even know what half of the debuff like symbols are. All I know is I'm getting myself a slow charm as soon as possible.
And a stun one, right? And a stun one? And
yeah.
A stun one? And you need a stun one because you get chain stunned in this game. Oh man. Anyways. I'm not trying to be a doomer or anything. I just want to hear like people's opinions on this because I have my own opinions. And how do you feel about the ascendancies that they revealed, and they kind of in my opinion have nothing to do with the class?
You mean
How do you
like in
feel
terms
about
of
that?
like specific shape-shifting stuff?
Yeah. Like Oracle it doesn't have anything to do with like druid, right? It's like it's some like weird shit that doesn't do anything. It's like, do you feel like it's fine to have two new ascendancies with druid coming out and none of them have shapeshifting in it?
I think that's fine in general because of the game PoE is. Like, I'm not a fan of an ascendancy point that, or ascendancies that force you into a specific thing. Like they say, this is the shape-shifting node. You need to click this if you're a shapeshifter. Like, I'm fine with them making
That's
this
all
stuff.
over PoE 1.
Is it that
Like
much, though?
Elementals has the golem node, right? Like if you're playing golems,
there
you're
definitely
into
are some
Elementals,
specific
right?
things, but like, I feel like a lot of PoE 1 still leaves the door open for the ability to use that in different ways. Like, you could use the golem node because you're trying to play a golem node, or you use it because you're trying to take advantage of the golem buffs, which isn't a golem build at all, right? Like you're playing like
That's true.
Fizz Dot, you're playing Ignite, you're playing Poison, you're playing all these different things, but you're just utilizing the buff from it. But it also works as well as a actual golem, like those golems are doing the damage, right?
You know, I baited you into that because I like the way you say golem, right? Instead of golem.
Dude, people always give me crap for that. People give me crap for like
I baited you into that one so bad, dude.
whatever
So good in that
pronunciation of a word. It's like whenever I read something for the first time, my head will think of like, okay, I think this is maybe going to pronounce whatever way it is. And then I just do that for the rest of my life with the word, even though I hear like the correct pronunciation later. I've just like ingrained it too much in my head. I don't care enough to try to like force my brain to say it back the other way or change it.
Okay. But you feel like it's fine to have Oracle in the game as the starting point for Druid and not shape-shifting nodes that, you know.
I mean, Oracle's just kind of weird in general. Like, we don't know half the nodes for it. So, like,
Yeah.
I'll put it this way. Oracle, Chrono, any of the ascendancies that have, like, specific skills tied to them, those I'm not necessarily too big of a fan of. Like, when it's like, this whole ascendancy point is a skill itself. Like, that stuff in general, I don't really like because it ties you down to, if you wanted to play with this mechanic, it's only in one place and you can't try to mix and match it with anything else. I was worried they were going to tie it.
Interesting take.
I was worried they were going to tie like Bear to the Shaman Ascendancy or something like that. You know, like, I would have been pretty bummed out if you didn't have the freedom to be like, I'm going to make a Bear with a Titan, you know, like that sort of thing.
Oh, that's interesting. My perspective on the skills for different ascendancies is they add a button to my build and I have to press Life Flask, Mana Flask, my like 4 combos, and then another button. And I'm just like, no, I'm not doing that. That's my thing with
too many keybinds. Screw this,
bro.
Dude,
like,
that's pretty based.
Dude, do you feel like not having like solutions to mana in this game is good?
I feel like they're not just mana, but just recovery in general. They like are trying to police super hard, like limit your options for sustaining things.
Yeah, but pressing Mana Flask in the in-game feels like shit. It literally feels like shit, especially when you're playing WSAD. I'm dragging my finger across like my thing to press my Mana Flask, and it feels like dog shit. IMO, like every 3 seconds. It's not like I'm pressing it once every like 20 seconds or something. It's like 3 seconds, dude. Oh no, man. Okay, I'm just complaining now.
You got to just switch builds at that point. If the mana can't be solved without Mana Flask, that's a reroll angle.
I mean, we did last league, and then they nerfed the helmet. They were like, yo, you can't have infinite mana. Boom, go away. And they nerfed my helmet. So now I can't even like do that anymore. But Anyways, back on the subject of Ascendancy. So okay. Tell me on a scale of 1 to 10, how well do you think these Ascendancies have been designed? 10 being they're great, 1 being like Assassin and PoE 1.
Oracle, I would say like a 5, just because I have no idea. I don't feel like I can quantify it. Like, we don't know what the freaking extra tree nodes are. The click nodes around a keystone, that's kind of cool, but it's also like the rest of the Ascendancy is like these skill-based things, and I don't know how to feel about it, you know? Like that sort of thing. Like I just don't like that. Like, here you can see in the future you're going to do this ability so you can spawn in a duplicate to then hit that guy with this extra button. Like, yeah, that's probably good damage where you can double up on damage every now and then, but also that looks not fun. So I like Oracle's, it's got like some cool stuff with the extra tree and the clicking around a keystone. Like, I think those are kind of interesting, but the other portions of it's lacking for me. And then Shaman I actually like in terms of like, it gives you something you can't get elsewhere. Like the rage gen. Yeah, technically you could get some level of rage gen from Death Articulated, the gloves or whatever, but it's still like somewhat of a unique commodity. So I like that. The bonded modifiers is interesting in terms of scaling. Like, I'm thinking about the situation where you're playing, like, let's say Giant's Blood, and all of a sudden it's not just like 3 sockets you're getting a benefit from. You're getting like, 6 or maybe even 8 with the double corruption chamber, if that is able to add extra sockets. Like, there's some scaling potential there about where you could like specifically build around it. And then Apocalypse and the DR nodes, they seem like they could be decent, like if you can self-hit to generate those adaptation things. But it's also like, we don't even know if those are the nodes going in. They said they were like, that was an early press kit and it's not finalized and stuff like that. I'd probably put Shaman at like a 9. I like Shaman. What about you? Where would you rate him?
I like Shaman too. I think Shaman is okay. I think there's too many downsides in this game. And so I don't really like the Sacred Flow thing where I have to give up all my charm slots to get, like, I'm already taking an Ascendancy point. Just give me my spirit if you want to give me my spirit, right? Don't like impose downsides.
That opportunity cost on that is huge once you consider good spirit or good charms, like the Onslaught charm, the Beast charms. Like, it's like,
yep.
As a starter node, it could be kind of insane for like, builds that need the spirit, like freaking a summoner or something. Like, that's an insane early game node, but like later on, you're gonna really feel bad about clicking that node.
Yeah. The other node, Magi, I think it's like very niche. Like, it could be good, but we don't know. Like, it would have to be like a specific node that uses like a bunch of like runes with 2 mods that's useful for that build, right? So until we get that,
I'm praying they add Talisman to Giant's Blood. You know, Giant's Blood is like axe, sword, or mace only, right?
Yeah, I don't think that's happening.
Dude, see, here's my cope. Talisman was a word in the game referencing this socketable currency, right? They didn't have the word for what they were going to call the druid weapon prior to like literally this development cycle. So how on earth could they have it on that keystone if they weren't sure about what they were going to call it? Now they know what they're going to call it. It's going to work. I'm coping. Obviously there's freaking like staves can't use it, right? So like, but my thought process on staves is they animated all their skills around staves being like, how the monk holds the staff, right? So they can't just freaking have them holding 2 staves and then their animation team gets screwed. But with a bear, a dragon, a freaking wolf, who cares how they have it animated? Because you don't even like see the weapon, right?
That's true. So you're telling me Giant's Blood is literally free for the animation team, and that's why they're going to add it.
That's my cope, because it wouldn't add a bunch of extra like dev work for the animation team on top of making it work.
But they would have to add the block animation.
Say what now? The block animation?
You have to add do they have the block animation? Can you even block with a 2-hander? No, you can't, right?
I don't think you can. No, you need you need a shield.
Yeah,
Oh, I see what you're
so-
saying. You're saying if you could put a shield on the bear.
Yeah.
I'm following.
So it's
That-
not
I-
exactly free for them.
Let me cope a little bit, man. What the hell? What's wrong with you?
Okay, fine. Cope a little bit. But yeah, I think I think Furious Wellspring is good, but it's backwards.
Yeah, it being
like, you
behind the
should
spell
have, like,
damage
an
is
enabler.
rough.
Yeah, and then the spell damage should have like maybe like the spell damage, and then spell damage applies to attacks also, so you can play some sort of hybrid type of like deal. That's what I think should happen. But you know, I'm not designing the game, so I always feel like first lab is so important for people, and getting that extra bit of power while you're going through the campaign during first lab feels good. And
Oh,
if you have
it
a
matters
really
a
good first node,
ton.
your build feels good. Yeah, and when you're just getting a dead node, it kind of feels really, really bad. Like the same thing happened with Blood Witch before, where they just didn't have first lab, right? And
They had a negative lab is what they had. Because they had to buff that node quite a bit to like make it give more remnants and stuff, and it like initially just made people lose their like just PK themselves.
Yeah. And in POU1, like Scion feels kind of bad first lab too, right? Like all the things that don't get anything first lab, they kind of feel bad because you don't get that initial burst of power. And then all the guys with like really good first nodes, all those ascendancies feel good while leveling. And
Every
know how
time I
feel
think about a Scion League Star, I like one of the biggest gates to me wanting to play it is like, oh, I have to start with the Scion tree. My first lab does nothing. Like I have to get over this barrier of like I just have to suck a little bit to get to the part where I don't suck.
Yeah, and like if you're not sure about the skill and the power level of the skill that you're playing, like this league, like man, you're thinking, what if my skill sucks? And then I get nothing first lab, and then it's like, in order for me to get Furious Wellspring second lab, so for like the first like 40 levels of my character, I'm just gonna suck before like I get my rage generation on, and then I can turn into like, you know, Apocalypse, and then like I get it, you know. I don't know, man. It just doesn't sound that.
I mean, for Shaman, I'm just gonna respec. I'm gonna grab either the Spirit node or the adaptation. I'm gonna do one of the other nodes and just respec it when I get to the second lab. I think that's what I did for I might have even done that for my Blood Mage last league. I started out as a freaking Lich because yeah, they made the first lab a bit better, but it's still like not great until you get the second lab. And I think I started as a Lich and just respect right before I clicked the altar from the dude or whatever.
Well, you're taking Apocalypse, right? If you're playing Bear.
I need to know what the freaking numbers are on Apocalypse are. I mean, it looks cool. Like the short like animation clip they showed of it, like raining down some extra stuff. But
yeah, I mean, it sounds auto bomber-ish. Like,
yeah,
you know, you just press.
Basically,
one and you press
if it has attack scaling, it's probably gonna work out. If it has spell scaling, then I think it's probably gonna be dead in the water. Like for the way I want to play the character, at least, right? If I want to play the Walking Calamity and I invest in a bunch of attack stuff, and then it's like, oh yeah, this is a spell, and it's just like, well, free and screw me.
But for a hybrid character, what do you think they're gonna do to alleviate this issue? Do you think they're just gonna make some like hybrid nodes with 8 spell damage and 8 attack damage and call it a day and be like, ha, now you can play hybrid? Because there's no way that works, right? Like, what do you think their idea is for this?
I mean, PoE 2 at least has the weapon swap stuff, which alleviates some of the, you can, you know, have a portion of your tree work for one thing where the other one works for the other, and you can seamlessly swap between a cast weapon versus an attack. But it's like, even then, there's still more barriers, you know, like, do I put attack speed on my gloves or am I putting cast speed on my gloves? Do I freaking, like, 20 points isn't enough in terms of, like, what you're specializing in for the skill. I just don't think there's support for it. I just think it's going to be, they would need to add way more support. They would need to do what you're talking about, where they make the rage node also make all of the, like, it wouldn't just need to be like the increases of cast speed apply to attacks, it would, or spell damage applies to attacks, it would need to be like attack speed applies to cast speed too. Like, so you can start mixing more of those synergies where they actually like work together, because there's just so many vectors if you're going to invest into one archetype versus the other that you just freaking go opposite directions.
Crit also.
Yeah, attack, crit, base damage. You have a freaking weapon. You know, it's like.
Can you even play spells in this game without crit?
Can you play spells in this game? I mean, there's freaking Essence Drain. That's like.
Yeah, well, that's made to be played without crit. But can you play hit-based spells without crit? Do you know any good hit-based spell builds that's not crit?
It's more of an issue of, I think, that there's not enough interesting things to invest into. Like, how do I put this? If I click a jewel socket and I start looking at the suffixes I can get for the jewel socket, the only damage suffixes on the jewel socket are like crit chance and crit damage. So it's like, if I don't click crit,
True,
I have some worthless suffixes on like the 4 or 5 jewels I have, like stuff like that. Like, same thing with like your weapon slots. You like, if you're talking to your focus, your wand, you look at the suffixes, you have cast speed, that's a damage affix, you have plus level. And then your third affix, if you're not crit, is like mana regen. You know, it's not going to, so it's more that there's not real, like, you have the affix space for it, so why wouldn't you? Like, it's just kind of stupid to not invest in a crit, is kind of what I think it is. Like, it's not like they give you other alternative options that would support spending that gear power or tree power into non-crit options.
but even in PoE 1, like, if you don't go crit, like, you're kind of just screwed on most builds, unless you have some insane scaling on some like weird ass build, right?
Yeah,
Most of the builds are just crit in general. So I don't know.
I mean, sometimes it's nice if you can pull off like an elemental overload, and all of a sudden, whenever you're running like crit reduction maps, you're just like, I got around that map mod, you know. But to get to that point, you need something that has overkill scaling to where you have damage, you know, where it's not like, oh, I clicked not crit, I have no damage on a regular basis every map, no matter if the mod's there or not.
Yeah. I don't know. So, I mean, I agree with you. I think Shaman's pretty cool from the looks of it. I think Oracle's a complete. You give it a 5. I give it like a. I give it a. I don't even want to look at this kind of ascendancy type of deal because
that low.
Yeah, it's kind of. I don't know.
I want to hold out hope that some of the nodes they didn't show us are maybe at least decent, or like, you know. It's more like it's like coping, you know, wanting to believe there's going to be some other reasons to play it. I don't want to believe it's going to be basically like Chonk to me, which is essentially a dead, worthless class. I'm hoping it doesn't start out that way.
Chonk, though.
What's that?
They buffed Chonk this league. They buffed it a lot.
Yeah. I'm still not I still think Chonk is trash. I have no faith in the darkness system. So that's like 4 of the ascendancy points that are already kind of dead to me. And then a large portion of the ascendancy is go around and pick stuff off the ground. And that any mechanics like that just make me die on the inside of like, I definitely don't want to play that. So I'm still lacking faith in Chonk.
But think about this, like, you can hit Fates aligned, and then you can get nuked twice by Awakener because he does it because you're gonna miss the stun. What do you think? And then 2 Awakeners are gonna, or two Arbiters are gonna nuke you at the same time. It's gonna be so good. I mean, it doesn't make the Phantom Image isn't able to do damage to you, right? You're just able to hit it twice, right? Or is it actually able to hit you?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's just like an extra hitbox. There's no way they're making it so you can get hit by 2 things at once. Are you sure? I'd put 10 gifted subs on. I bet you 10 gifted subs that Phantom Image cannot do any damage to you. Yeah. You want to take that bet?
Nah, I'm not gonna take that.
Little chicken.
Wait! You're gonna call me chicken? You're gonna call me chicken?
I mean, you could also just totally agree that I'm right on this, or you know, take the bet. You know, Put your money where your mouth is. I'm just saying.
No damage at all. It can't harm you any negative way, is what you're saying.
Yep. What do you say? That's a good deal, right?
I'll take it. I'll take it.
All right, 10 gifted
We have to
subs.
wait a week, and we have to find 10 gifted subs. It has to.
If that phantom image can somehow deal damage to you, you get 10 subs. If it can't, I'll expect that.
Any negative way. What if it chills you? Does that count as me winning?
If the phantom image can chill you,
yeah. If it can be detriment to you,
sure.
because that's pretty
Sure.
detrimental.
You're saying like, let's say you use that, you copy a rare that has like some chilling presence or some garbage.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like,
that's fair.
Like slowing.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay. I'll take that. 10 gifted subs. We'll settle this in a week. Okay, because we don't know what's gonna happen at the start, right? We have to find out. We have to get some information first. Okay, but I don't know. I feel like path's not taken and all of that stuff, right? You're already using so many ascendancy points, like 4 ascendancy points to take that. And then you have to spend more nodes on the tree.
You don't think the keystone thing is good?
The keystones are so.
It's a pretty big radius. It's medium.
Yeah, but but there's so many.
But you have to click the keystone. Yeah.
Yeah. If you didn't have to click the keystone.
You'd have to click the keystone. You have the whole freaking tree just going around clicking notables. Like, that'd be ridiculous.
Hell, that's what it should be.
No, dude, that would not be balanced at all. That would not be balanced at all.
Yeah, that's good. You put that as a 4-pointer. You put that as a 4-pointer, and you just send it, bro. You just send that shit, bro. I do that.
Imagine trying to copy somebody's POB who had that, and it's just a bunch of notables all just spread around everywhere, and you just don't even. Because they're not all connected, so you're just going around trying to...
But isn't that just so PoE?
Dude, that's way too not balanced, man. That would be ridiculous.
I don't know. Put it as the 4-pointer and send it. Or make the first ever 6-pointer and send it. Like, make something cool. Because, like, I don't know, man. Investing 4 points and then having to take notables or take points on your tree, and we've seen some of the notables, right?
They showcase like 2.
That impressive.
Avoid damage, which I think is a meme, and then the reservation thing, which is decent for like if you're playing a minion build, right? But it's also like, how many clusters do they showcase without Ascendancy? Like 20 clusters or something like that. How many of those are specialized? And then you think about the character, like you're saying, I'm gonna play an attack build. How many nodes on those clusters are even going to be relevant for you, you know?
Yeah, and you've taken 4 points in your ascendancy.
I think the keystone one's the first one, and then it's the extra nodes on the tree is the second one. Is that what it is?
Yeah. Yep. That's exactly what it is. I don't know, man. I don't think there's big value there, because those nodes would have to be insanely strong. If you think an average 4-pointer is 30% more damage, that means they have to make up 30% damage on those nodes, and those nodes do not look like they're making up 30% more damage on us on every build, or on your build, or whatever. Maybe like some specialized build that that somehow aligns with that node, but I think most builds in the game are just going to lose so much power by just clicking this ascendancy.
Yeah, I'm definitely not high faith in it. I'm definitely on the more skeptical side.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a different thing if you took that ascendancy and the first node they show was 20% chance to avoid death, right? And then they showed another node that's just overpowered as fuck, and you'd be like, oh, okay, now if I take 4 points in my ascendancy, I feel like I'm getting something that's worth it. But 7% is a freaking meme, right? It's like some meme node. So yeah, I don't have any faith in this ascendancy. I think it's caca. I think it's pure caca.
Find out when we get that data mine, see what those nodes are.
True. What do you feel like? How do you feel about data mining in general and not getting information in this game.
I'm still coping that the only reason we're not getting the information like at the patch notes type of thing is because they just don't have it ready. I'm on more on like the GGG cope believer side of things that I think they would give it to us if they had it freaking ready. I'm going to change that
Mark,
stance if we get out of like full game release and they're still doing this where we don't have the tree until literally the day of or whatever. But I'm going to give them that benefit of the doubt while we're technically still in the early access before full release.
But didn't Mark and Jonathan say this league, they're really well prepared in an interview?
I think they said they got to test, like, for example, the druid they've been working on forever. And they're like, yeah, we've gone through a lot of testing on this, like, class a bunch. So you would think if they had a lot of testing on the class, they'd have some of the tree stuff nailed down, but I don't freaking know.
Man. All right. Well, we have one last subject.
All right. Hit me with it.
The wolf. How do you think the wolf is? Because Jonathan said the wolf is good. People said the wolf is good. In what way do you think the wolf is good after reading those skills? Do you want me to give you my opinion first, or you want to go first on this one?
I could go first.
Okay.
Wolf to me looks kind of like, it kind of looks like monk is what it looks like to me in terms of like.
And monk. And what does monk look like?
Like some basic fast hitting attacks, and it's going to be pre-dependent on.
Monk looks like junk.
I don't have a lot of faith in it. I'll put it that way. It's like I think it'll maybe be fun to play, but I'd be nervous about the late game damage scaling of it. Like the effectiveness on the skills does not seem very high.
They seem very low, right?
Yeah,
very low. Like not even medium. I think my thing with the wolf, I looked at wolf and I was like, there's no way this is a playable class unless if it's a minion build. That's the way I look at it. Because
you think the wolves they summon are going to be good?
They have to be good, right?
I don't know.
How is it going to do damage?
I don't know how it's going to do damage.
I mean, I'm not killing bosses with a lunar assault. That's for sure. That thing is like 40 at level 1, which is 40% of an auto attack. Like I ain't killing anything with that.
You don't want the 240% magnitude of chill and freeze build up?
That's a meme. That's a meme, okay? No one cares about chill and freeze build up, okay? Oh, but so that's the only way I think it could work. I've been looking at like all of these minion builds because of that, but anyways, we have to go because Jonathan's on the interview and these guys want to watch that. Good talk.
All right, yo. Peace out, man. Good luck.
We'll catch up next time.
I can't wait to see you playing a gardener on launch, not crossbows.
Dude,
full garden.
I think I'm doing it. I think I'm doing it for the memes because that's all they want to watch. They just want to watch me suffer in this game.
It could be good randomly.
So I think I'm doing
You never know. Maybe they have like crazy gem level scaling. Maybe it's crazy base damage.
The gem says 1-to-1 and there's armor in this game on monsters. So
there was that patch notes where they're like you could deal at least 1 damage always, right? The patch note.
Yeah, that's so good, man. I get my guaranteed 1 damage from my freaking armor mobs.
Listen. That's the 1-to-1 before you add in the water. Okay, the plants are growers; they are not showers. Okay, the water's at least like a 50x multiplier, probably.
I hope. I mean, I'm thinking. Because it gives the spell damage for rage, and it's automatically like 50% more damage if I click shaman, right? That's correct, right? Or like 30% more damage when I click shaman.
Well, if you can sustain berserk, you'll be close to 50%.
Yeah. So I'm thinking if I just do that, and if it sucks really bad, I go to bear, and if bear sucks really bad, then I just quit the game. That's what I'm trying to think about. Like my progression. What can I do if this sucks?
Well, at least you got. Well, you don't have. What about the third backup plan? If the bear sucks, then you go to Wyvern.
Yeah, but Wyvern's gonna have no. I guess I can regenerate the rage, but like Wyvern can't gain rage while it's in that form. It's so stupid. I don't know, man. They put so many freaking like you can't have fun lines in the game. So I don't know. Do you feel like one last question? Do you feel like if you build towards it, you should be able to get full-time Wyvern if you commit to it? Like you get rage generation, you get charge generation.
You just mean the breath attack, right?
Yeah, you could just breath the whole time.
I would very much prefer that it's like they make it mechanically hard but doable rather than the straight up you can't. You know, I really don't like the you can't do lines. They're very like
I agree.
Like I'm down if they make it like a hard like I think of like Righteous Fire as a perfect example. It has like an obnoxious downside. You have to take all this damage. But if you figure out a way to make that work, hey, you're having a freaking good time, and you feel like you solved something, right? So I would definitely have preferred the Wyvern had some, like, it's just hard to sustain, but if you can figure out a way to make it work, then you could just freaking breathe fire the entire way through.
I agree. Someone just said, just ask Jonathan if he is gay. Okay, we got to go see this interview. All right, we'll talk next time.
All right, good luck. Good luck with the plans.
Mobalytic squad now, and we're gonna have to bring you into some like discussions. You know, like we're all one big fam here. So I don't know. Me and Fubgun are doing like a tier list tomorrow. Maybe if Jung's not around, maybe you want to join us on our tier list.
Yeah, I'd be down. Just hit me up if I'm streaming. I'm down.
Family. Yeah. All right. Let me talk to Gun real fast, and then I'll hit you up later. Yeah.
All right, sounds good.
You could be our spells expert for the league. So do your spells research.
Because Jung's on vacation. What the hell is he doing?
Bro, that guy doesn't even care anymore, man. He doesn't even care anymore. He doesn't care at all. All right. Message you later.
All right. See you.
Peace.
All right, guys. That was not me stalling for the sake of avoiding warrior leveling, okay? That was a very important, needed discussion. And I definitely did not do that as an excuse to stall warrior leveling. Let's watch the Jonathan interview. You guys want to watch the Jonathan interview? Wait, is there actually a Jonathan interview? Are you guys messing with me right now? Is that actually a thing? Are you guys talking to try get another Jonathan interview? Is that what he was talking about? Oh, holy crap! There is an interview. It's live too.
Like like you said, streamlined.
All right.
I think that you'll appreciate that. What the changes.
Let's actually take a look.
Like the Atlas story, as it were.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Exciting stuff. 0.5 is going to be good. Okay. A few more endgame things that I just wanted to touch on here. There's also been a lot of people asking about greater zoom for the Atlas.
Volume, please. All right. Let me turn it up.
So many nodes and everything.
Let me know if it's too loud or too quiet.
Making that happen.
I do want to look into that pretty soon. One of the reasons we didn't do the zoom initially so much was just because of performance issues. I've been concentrating a lot on performance recently, so this is something that I can now probably look at again and see whether or not the performance is going to be better. There's still quite a lot to come there though with performance, and so and I honestly at this point I should probably check again and see what the performance is like if we allow greater zoom. It really is just a performance concern, so we can definitely do that. I mean, there might be some clarity issues, but I'm sure we can solve that. I mean, people have like got various hacks to allow zooming out extra and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So therefore, like, it's not like too bad or anything. I mean, people do want it. So yeah, as long as we can get the performance of it fine, then it's probably fine to do.
A slight side tangent here. You mentioned you've been focusing a lot on the performance, and I know you also
Avix, thanks for subbing.
Coded the core system of Fate of the Val, the actual temple. Do you do a lot of the hands-on like coding with all these things right now?
I don't usually, but in this league, I did the Fate of the Val core like simulation, and then I did get a bit involved in the performance work, like. One of the things you can get in a game company is that like you've got all these specialists, right? And it's like, here's a guy who's working on UI, and here's a guy who's working on gameplay, and here's a guy who's working on like core engine stuff. And it's like people can often lose focus on the larger picture because it's very easy to look at something and kind of be like, oh, okay, well, this is, the gameplay team needs to work about that. And so it's hard sometimes for someone with a more global look to come along and kind of say, okay, well, if we look at all these together, what are the problems, looked at as a larger system? And so that's when it can kind of be a bit useful for me to step in and be like, okay, like let's try to work out some kind of, coordination here to actually try and find that stuff out. So if you want to like talk about it, I can talk about the technical details. Like what we did previously, we, like when you're rendering the game, you've got like, and simulating the game, you've got like effectively a job system where you've got like, here's the CPU cores that you've got, here's the jobs that we want to, to run on those cores. And previously we had this very ad hoc system where like, this thing would queue some jobs and that thing would queue some jobs, and they all had their own synchronization of like when to know when was finished and when one wasn't and all that kind of stuff. And what I effectively did was write a job system that allows for kind of like creating a global view on like when to run things and so on. And then once you've got that, it's sort of easy to tell like this can run alongside this and this can't run alongside that and all that kind of thing. And you can effectively express all these dependencies. And then once we had that, then all the programmers in the various systems can then go and start, putting things in there. And then everything now runs just a lot more concurrently than it did before. So the major change we had was just making it so that, we can take advantage of more of your CPU because we're running things.
This is the multi-thread.
We weren't allowed to run at the same time.
Maybe going to be a lot of crashes.
Other optimizations, just like, hey, this is slow, that is slow. We get spikes. When
Maybe
do this,
it works.
Spikes when you do that.
It's just good.
Just that kind of stuff, that I just kept on pounding people, like, no, we need to fix this. We need to fix this. And there's one of the other things as well is just really making sure that we never get a situation where a resource that's needed is not available at the point where we need it. So that's been something we've been focused on for quite a while now, actually, kind of getting all those things sorted out. And a lot of the time that's what leads to spikes, because you go and you use a skill and then like, oh, the texture for this wasn't loaded or whatever it is, and then now you have to wait for that to happen, and so you get a frame spike. So we're just like fixing all of those kinds of problems and generally improving that kind of thing.
Well, the baseline performance improvements look fantastic, and I know that was the #1 thing that people had a lot of problems with. Console, PC, so it's awesome.
Java is either going to get glazed to the heavens if it works well, or people are going to give him so much crap.
Just
if multi-thread has a lot of crashes.
Level. And it's still funny the way that you find things like, just to pick a random example, like we found out like a week ago or something that we were iterating through the whole UI 3 times every frame, that kind of thing. Where it's like you look at it and you're like, okay, that's not really very good. Like it doesn't matter that much. Like in the end, right, that particular thing only was like 0.3 milliseconds, right? It's not actually adding up to like a huge amount, but like in the, it's like it's just lots of little things like that all add up to something which is a problem, right?
Yeah.
So you go through things and you find them, you remove them one at a time. And now a funny thing we actually ran into the other day is we actually ran into a problem that only reproduced when the FPS was too high. So we're like over 400 FPS, you actually start to get this kind of problem. And I'm like, that's not normally a problem that you normally run into. I mean, this is in like a test scene that was like really empty, but previously we couldn't even achieve that kind of FPS.
Right.
So we never found that kind of problem before. And another funny thing about that one is it turns out that the code for that that was bugged went back to commit number 1632, which I did 18 years ago myself. It was a bug in my code from 18 years ago. That was like right in the depths of the code base. There was like a rounding problem with the that I added that long ago, and so it was kind of funny to see that sort of stuff all the way back in the early history.
Okay, that's wild that you have the date, like the date's going all the way back then. You have everything tracked.
Yeah. I mean, we've got our version control just goes all the way back to the very first commit of the company from right from the beginning.
Very nice. Okay, and I know it's interesting though. Massive improvements. Thank you for the tangent. I appreciate it, Jonathan. Okay, swapping gears back to PoE2 specifically. So another question that a lot of people have about PoE2's Endgame is the severe punishment for death. Okay, we have minus XP.
Portals.
We have the inability to use tablets on map nodes. We lose any special things that were attached to that map node when you die. And now we're losing our limbs that we earn in the temple. So a lot of people are wondering, does it need to be that punishing? Is there any room to like relax a tad on it? I do think there should be some punishment, but what's your opinion on this?
So, I mean, it comes down to all of those things have different purposes that are kind of important. So, the XP penalty obviously would be the main one that people would, want to chat about. And effectively, that one, it is important to me that there is a reason why you can't just build entirely glass cannon And if we didn't have the XP penalty in in-game maps, you wouldn't you'd just be able to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in PoE 2, we obviously removed the penalty that we used to have in PoE 1 during the campaign, and that's because there really wasn't a thing that was giving us, right? So if you're going to have a penalty for death, it needs to be like achieving some kind of gameplay goal, and here what we want to do is actually make the in-game ladder competitive, and not just have it that the strongest glass cannon wins. Like, there needs to be an element of, like, you do need to actually build defenses if you want to get to level 100, and I think probably the major reason why we see a lot of pushback about this is because the community often have an expectation that getting to level 100 is a thing that you should be doing, but like we've never seen it that way, because it's kind of like, okay, level 100 is supposed to be the thing that like only the like top people actually do. But I think that what you've had a situation where there's a lot of games where getting to max level is kind of like not like that, like it's not a huge deal, you know. Like if you're talking about like, you know, like traditional MMOs and stuff like that, right? Like getting to max level is just like table stakes to even begin the end game in a lot of those a lot of those cases. So
I ain't never
it's
hitting
not
a level
that, because
100
the
on
ladder
this
is
game.
actually competitive, and because you you know, have a thing where yeah, you're not necessarily expected to reach that to kind of finish the game, as it were. It just sort of means that there's a bit of a different situation. So I think some of it can just come down to, like, you know, what are we doing to communicate the fact that level 100 doesn't have to be your actual final goal.
Skill issue. It takes
know,
so
like,
much
to be
time.
honest, like the last few levels of like getting from like 96 or something to 100, it's not like you're getting a huge amount of power for doing that, right? Like an extra 4 passives. It's not like the hugest deal. Like you get a much
the tree
larger amount of
sucks.
power from just like all the other stuff you're doing. So that's what that penalty is doing. Now the map, removing the stuff in the maps penalty. The specific problem that's solving is that we don't want it to be that there's an incentive to kill yourself and fail the map on purpose in order to re-get some of the rewards in the map. So effectively what we do is remove all the rewards in the map once you die, specifically just to prevent that kind of item farming abuse that we'd otherwise have there. So it's not like I want that penalty per se, it just fixes the exploit you'd otherwise have. So if we had another way to address that, then we would just not do that. It's entirely just down to that particular thing.
I mean, that's
sort of an example of thing. Now the limb thing, I just thought it would be a cool.
It's cool.
We just thought it'd be a cool thing. Like,
I'm
that
pro
was just, like,
limb.
it's just one league.
I'm
like,
pro
just thought it
limb
was a
until I
fun
start
thing.
losing them.
I do like occasionally having like quirky and out there mechanics. So yeah, that's what that one's about.
Yeah, that one was a little jokey. I did have one other one that I wanted to touch on too that I didn't include in that list. So when people juice maps now in PoE 2, the more mods equals the less portals. When you have maximum number of mods on your waystone, you get 1 portal. Do you think that might be a tad too punish? Like would you ever swap it to 2 portals? So you do have a little bit of leeway if you're going full in, 6 mods, corrupted, everything, or no? You like the max punishment there?
Yes, I like the fact that you go down to 1 life. Like the hardest content is 1 life exactly. I guess the thing there is, once again, like there's the expectation. Like I would hope that most people towards the end game aren't dying most of the time. And really, there's a bit of a communication element here too that we're trying to do, which is to communicate the idea that if the maps are too hard for you, then maybe run less mods on them, right? Like make it less hard for yourself, so that you get a little bit of that sort of easier time. And so my hope is that that can kind of is the thing that gets communicated by that, you know, like by that element. I guess it's not been something that's particularly come up for me as a problem recently, so I guess it's one of those things that I'd have to maybe have another think about. But yeah, it's not really on my radar as like that being a particular thing as a problem for people.
I'm curious. A lot of people were wondering if you were going to stream your gameplay at any point. Is that something that
he's asking if he's going to stream?
I know you mentioned.
You know,
it
so
on
I actually was
JP interview.
I was pretty keen on that, and
I want to see the
was
Regal
actually talking
playthrough.
to another streamer recently about it, and he was sort of saying that he didn't think it was actually a good idea in practice, and the reason is because, like,
I don't think it's a good idea in practice
the way
either.
I would treat it would be like it's like a good time where I can just enjoy myself and, like, you know, have a gaming session. But what he was saying is what people will treat that as is like
people are just gonna
judging me
roast you, man.
continuously for every single minor thing. It's
Yes,
like,
my
if
man.
I don't pick up an item, or if I just like don't, you know, over there, I'm going to be completely judged by that. And he was sort of saying you really shouldn't do that, because all it's just going to result.
He gave you the right advice, Jonathan. Don't do it, man. Don't do it.
And I feel sad about that, because honestly, I would love to just have a good time, just like, you know, having a chat to someone, playing the game, you know, that kind of thing. But he was saying, like, you're probably gonna regret doing it if I do. Yeah, I'm not so sure about that one. Unfortunately,
assaulted. There's so many people that are so angry about things.
They can be brutal, dude. So I was asking because you mentioned you didn't have the issue. Have you been playing like some of the Endgame I know in the past you said you mostly play the campaign and then reset
I
when you're
do,
testing.
yeah, I do mostly play campaign and then don't go, like play much of the in game. And the reason is because mostly what I'm playing is I'm playing at home on the dev build. I'm like testing a new character, that kind of stuff. So I don't often get a chance to play much of the in game stuff. Now the person who does do that a lot is Mark. Like Mark plays the in game a lot, and usually he's playing multiplayer as well because he wants to make sure that he wants to make sure that all the multiplayer issues get tested because usually in QA. You know, like multiplayer specific problems don't come up a lot because you know, like they're obviously all testing individual things or whatever. So by testing multiplayer, you can actually make sure that we don't have you know, kind of catastrophic issues, and a lot of them come up, like and especially more subtle ones, like along like with bosses and things like that, because you know, like bosses need to have AI specifically for multiplayer and that kind of thing, and you know, you don't necessarily got to have a lot of opportunity to test that in the normal office environment.
Right. Okay, great. Let's move on to, I think, one of the most controversial topics of the entire patch. One that I was so pumped about when I first heard. I think it came out of, I think it was
S density.
Okay. 40% reduced monster density.
It's not 40%
game maps. Okay,
they removed the
was a big
scaling
change that was made. I played a ton of 0.3 and I had a great time. But after that patch, I had seen the game as moving a lot more toward the Path of Exile 1 identity. You're zooming through maps, you're blowing up screens of mobs. There's not a lot of engaging combat going on in the end game, and I was like, okay, you know, that's fine, whatever. They'll kind of morph into the same game eventually. And then when I read through the patch notes and when I saw your guys' presentation for 0.4 and you said that line, I was like, oh my gosh, they're trying to build, you know, more visual clarity back into the game. They're trying to maybe make combat more engaging. Could you break down what your goals were with that? I know you talked about swarming. Was it more beyond that, or is it just the swarming thing?
So I mean, I guess there's several issues, right?
Yeah.
So one of them is the swarming for sure, just like a problem where like a lot of people were very unhappy about that. I do think that it was too much. Like I think in fact the numbers were just wrong from the start. Like we just, for whatever reason, got that incorrect with the monster pack stuff we did in Endgame. The issue that we had, of course, was like, you know, nerfing this is controversial, like 100%. I mean, like I say nerfing, but it's like it isn't so much a nerf exactly, right? Like there's still the same amount of life you have to kill from monsters. It's a question of whether it's distributed from multiple monsters or not. And I think the issue that we really had was just that we were limiting the number of builds that were viable at endgame.
Right.
Like kind of unintentionally, right? Because you had, like, there was just a minimum amount of kind of AoE clearing you had to do to make it work. And so we wanted to make it so that you can play a spammy build, but you can also play a build that, you know, like concentrates on bigger hits that are smaller in AoE. Like both of those things should be allowed. And the current way it was just kind of wasn't really allowing for that. Now, because of the Atlas tree, and especially what we'll do later on, you know, there's like, you know, and just like general speaking, you can add more monsters, you can get more of that stuff, right? So that can still happen. And so I don't think that it's going to end up being, you know, like something where you just feel like monster density is like, you know, like I don't want anyone to ever be thinking like, where's the monsters, right? You don't want that. It still needs to be that, you know, like you still want to be at endgame blasting some monsters. It's just that you really need to have it so that it isn't so overwhelming that a person who like, you know, is so that you don't want everyone to feel pushed into, okay, I can only play like the biggest AoE, like lightning spear, this kind of stuff, you know, type of thing, right? Or like whatever's the most spammy. So that's really the key goal there. I think, you know, we're gonna have to look at it again, like now that we've got another playthrough here, and like, you know, with all the people and see how that goes. But yeah, I mean that's the basic idea behind it.
Okay. Question about the packs and everything. I think there's 40% less monster packs. That also mean there's less rare monsters, or is the number of rare monsters and maps the same as
No,
before?
the number of rares is the same. So we didn't reduce the number. We didn't reduce the number of packs.
I feel like there's gonna end up being a net loot buff.
That, by the way,
if rares drop
like
more.
The way that's done is by there's this system called effectiveness, which is basically every monster has like a budget of how much like how much they are worth, as it were, as a monster, in terms of like how, and it sort of loosely correlates into how damaging they are, but it also translates into lots of other factors, so like how much do they drop, how much experience do they give, all these kinds of things. And effectively, what we did is reduce the effectiveness per pack to be lower, so that like the individual packs can be smaller. Now that can still be grown again by mods and all the things. Like, so when you add extra monsters with mods, what that's doing is it's increasing the effectiveness budget that a pack has, so that the pack can grow larger. But it doesn't actually change the number of packs, which is what controls things like how many rare monsters you get and that kind of thing. Because there's usually well, there's only one rare per pack usually.
Yeah.
So yeah.
How does it interact with League mechanics like Ritual, wherein the more monsters you have, like the more Ritual favor you get? Have you guys
Yeah,
thought
so
about that?
ritual numbers were balanced basically to counteract this. So like like it's just like basically because but the goal is not to nerf rewards here. The goal is to keep those the same. So therefore, anything like that that's going to care about something like that, we just adjust the numbers to kind of like sort that out.
Okay, exciting. All right. Now, with this change where there's less monsters per pack, maybe the packs have a little bit more identity. You're supposed to be engaged with them a tad more. I had a conversation with Neversink last night about rare monsters and how originally they were going to have a bigger identity in PoE 2.
Right.
And right now, rare monsters are completely enveloped by the modifiers on them. I think we saw this really well with Abyss, where, oh my goodness, some of those Abyssal rare monsters modifiers were killing me. Do you see a world in which PoE 2 maybe returns to that age where each rare monster is going to be, kind of special? Maybe it's like a 3-4 second fight where you care about the monster and don't care so much about the modifiers on the rare monster.
I do want to make rares more interesting and identified like that. It's just the issue with that is that it's really hard to get time for a change like that, which doesn't see as much immediate return. So it's one of those things where, like, once we get a bit of time, we can do something like that. And what I sort of suspect is we'll probably have like a launch at some point where like that's a big focus and we make it into a feature and like we try to like make sure there's something there. But it's just it's kind of like it probably won't be soon. Like I certainly don't think it would be before full release because it's something that we kind of can't. I think justify while we're also trying to make in particular, right?
Archnem 3.
We need all the people working on monsters to be working on Acts 5 and 6 and that kind of stuff. So like there's that's the issue that we'd face trying to do a change like that right now.
Every monster needs the Death Knight treatment. Come on, we want all the monsters to have special abilities. Yeah. Okay. Another question, a little bit on visual clarity. So environmental clarity, so monsters and like a monster abilities seem to have been addressed a little bit in this patch in 0.3.1. How about character visual clarity or skill clarity? I remember so vividly listening to you guys. I think you and Chris talk about, in Path of Exile 2, you'll be shooting 10 arrows instead of 100, but the 10 arrows will have the effectiveness of the 100. Right. In PoE 2, it seems like it's kind of jumped the shark already. We're already in this patch, and you're able to do that with Twister builds, some lightning arrow builds. Do you see that as something you want to allow or something you want to rein in eventually?
It is a very tricky balance for sure, but look, we are trying to improve the the worst cases, right? So I mean, there was that. I'm seeing some video of like Ziz, like where he's like doing his flashbang build, and then he puts his dark glasses on, right? It's like that's the thing we really don't want to be, really don't want to be required. So I know that there were changes to cluster grenades to make it so that that wasn't as much of a problem. I think that they split. I think they split the functionality of the Nova projectiles thing to kind of like make it so that was a little bit less crazy. Like we do sort of adjust it where we need to adjust it. And like I know that there'll still be more that we can do as well. Like there's still more temporal culling stuff we can do, which is like a new culling system where we can add things in to make things a little bit less spammy. There's stuff like that going on. Like for just a couple of days ago, we were fiddling around a bit with the ice explosions, the shatter effect, because that was like a performance problem people had. Like I mostly was caring about performance when I was looking into that, but like there's things like that we can do to kind of just improve stuff. And by the way, the shatter effect should no longer be a performance problem. It's like now cheaper than the monster that got shattered, so that's good. So there's things like that that we can do. But I mean, it's like really, I think that's just you don't want to ruin the fun for people either. So I think that in a way as well, the monster density change will affect this because it's going to require less spam to be effective necessarily anyway. So, like you'll kind of get that situation where that sort of improves. But look, I just don't want to be seen as like, okay, we're just going to nerf everything, right? Like we are going to do targeted nerfs. We have been doing that. But the thing is as well is that like, people sometimes don't appreciate the fact that the way the stuff gets out of control is not necessarily predictable by us. Like it's to do with the combining overlap of like many different things that sort of come together as like, oh, now this is really easy to do. And like usually when we've seen situations where the spam could be high, we've kind of been like, okay, sure, it's possible to spam this thing and we can see what the limits of the player are. But we've always been of the opinion when we can see that and we can test that in advance that, but no one would do that because like for this reason or other reason, the damage is going to be low. It's not actually going to be worth doing. And so then the trouble has been that like someone finds a way to make the damage good, through some combination of things, and then now suddenly there is an advantage to doing this like crazy spam, and so that's always kind of been the thing that's taken us a bit by surprise with some of these balance things. So really, that just comes down to better balance and just improving, a lot of those things. But I do appreciate that, like, there's still concerns around visual clarity. I mean, so like another one, right, was like ground fire can be annoying and that kind of stuff. Like there's certain things that can like be really spammy and kind of bad, and we probably just need to adjust the effects in some cases. But the issue once again there is that I don't want it to turn into like maybe this is a bit of a deep reference, but you don't want it to turn into the kind of like Quake 3 scene of like just textures to nothing and all that kind of stuff, right? Like you do want like some level of visuals to look reasonable. So yeah, it's just a tough balance, and we just like have to slowly grind out and get there.
I'm sure you've seen or heard the feedback about maybe implementing a visual opacity slider for player character effects.
Yeah, I'm not
He's
really
gonna say
a fan of
no,
that kind of
right?
thing, because like look, I understand the desire for it, but
It's not happening. Ain't no way.
I do think that it's better just to like fix skills individually until you get to the point where it's not a problem anymore. Just making everything invisible, I'm just like not a fan of. I really don't like it in games when like something happens and you don't see it. And like also, by the way, just turning having there are a lot of effects. If you made them transparent, they would suddenly be very expensive. Just as a random side note, since transparencies do cost more than opaque things in computer
Really?
graphics.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's because you have to draw two things in that one spot, right? Like if something's transparent, you have to draw all the things of it that are there. But if something's opaque, then the thing behind it is not drawn anymore.
Oh wow. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
Nice. All right. So another brief density question here that people have asked about. And I know you already mentioned that you don't want people to feel like this, but there's a lot of worry that the game is going to turn into a walking simulator now that the packs are this much smaller.
Well,
and that there's
certainly it's not going to be that. It's just not going to be that, right? Like it's just not going to be that. I mean, do you feel that way like in the early in game?
Oh,
or
I
like,
don't.
Towards the end of the campaign?
I don't feel that at all. No.
Right. Well, then there you go, right? I mean, it is only like it hasn't been nerfed below that. Like it's not like it gets like lower over time, right? I mean, it just doesn't.
And I think one thing that's
higher
not in the 0.4 patch notes that was in 0.3.1, a lot of map sizes in Endgame were reduced by a tremendous degree. So maybe some people who might have bounced, they don't recall that. So I think everything is scaled.
Was that when they did the tower patch too?
You mentioned targeted nerfs a second ago, so I want to skip ahead in my question list, Jonathan, and talk about something that is on everyone's minds. One of my friends said, "Remove it from the game."
Is it gonna be Roa?
Okay, I'm not a Roa enjoyer at all. I can't get into it. I know it's powerful. I'm not an enjoyer. Lots of people are Roa enjoyers. So Jonathan, can you give me like a dissertation on how the Roa is a balanced thing in PoE 2 right now?
Right. Well, I will preface this by saying that I'm not primarily a balanced person. Like there really is more Mark's domain, but at least the Roa, for whatever reason, the Roa got buffed when the sprint came out, and like that was kind of wrong. So like that's getting undone. It's kind of now back to just being normal movement speed again. And then also I think the spirit cost is probably a little bit too low. Like it probably just needs to increase a little bit. Like it shouldn't necessarily be the case that like it's completely mandatory to actually play. But I mean, yeah, look, it's powerful, right? For sure. But like I don't necessarily think it's going to be across. Like I think it's capable of being balanced. Like I don't think there's a problem there. If you get the right spirit cost, you get the right numbers. But I think the key important thing is just that it does. I don't think anything less than 100%. Like I don't think anything less than having it be that you stay at exactly your normal move speed when you use it will feel fast. So that's kind of why it needs to have that element of it at least. But yeah, I think it's just a question of just make sure the cost is right, and then it should be okay. Yeah, like as I said, it has had some balance adjustments in 0.4.
Yeah, movement speed's very powerful in PoE 2. So I mean, people are blasting screens with the Roa from off screen while the warrior, rolling in the combat up in melee. So. Okay.
I mean, I don't necessarily think that the warrior has an exact problem with that. I think it's more just that you had the dominant build being the lightning arrow stuff. So like you just ended up being kind of feeling that way. But then on the other hand, like the next meta will shift, and then you'll find the warrior is the best. And I'm sure that since the druids have been
warrior's got
the druid will end up being a pretty
he's
common
coping.
one in 0.4.
Do you think Druid's going to be meta, Jonathan? Do you think it's going to be like busted? People are going to find some crazy interactions?
I
Yes.
think that it's very likely just because
Bear
of the
meta.
fact that it's had so much attention. Like, and I mean, so right now, the thing that we're kind
Bear
of doing
meta.
this week a lot is
Say
like
it.
testing in-game
Say it,
viability of
Jonathan.
like as many things as we can do. So we're trying to make sure that like, okay, so for example, right, like we were looking, we're like, okay, the like minion stuff with all the wolves, it's just not really kind of working in an in-game context, and like now we're like, okay, let's try to add some some support to the tree to make it happen, right? So now, for example, we just added a keystone, which is that you can use a scepter with a talisman in order to get spirit as a
Say what now?
as an animal. But
Say
then
what
the
now?
keystone downside is that you
I
get
get a
minus 50%
talisman?
spirit. So you kind of have to
And
like
a scepter?
like so like you can't quite necessarily get as many minions as a minion character would have.
I will
But it
take
kind
that.
of like lets you do a it makes it from a spirit perspective possible to do like minion stuff as a druid
We
as an animal, to
ramping.
get the kind of like pack leader wolf build working. And the other thing we did was we said, okay, there's a notable that will make it so that your rage bonuses apply to your minions, so that you can get
wow.
like actually get the damage to a good place, with your wolves and that kind of stuff, right? So we're like okay, we're just being very careful to look at the individual builds that someone might want to try and be like, okay, let's try and make sure that there's support in the tree for that kind of stuff. So that's really what a lot of this week is kind of going into, just those kind of like, just make sure that there's
Less
the options
spirit,
there
that's-
for someone, and that might be a unique.
It
might be a
triples your
keystone, it might
spirit.
be a notable, like,
begin with,
just try to make sure there's
wearing a
something there
scepter.
that can make each build that we want to do work.
That's just pure upside,
And,
guys. I don't care
so
what
that's
what the
kind of,
hell you guys think. That's pure upside.
Make sure there's that in-game scaling.
That's exciting. I think I heard Gazzy from across the Atlantic, like howling when you said those two keystones.
Right.
About the druids and minions, there's just wolves, right? It's the wolf pack. Does it require spirit to
in terms
reserve?
of the ones, in terms of the ones that come with you. So you have you've actually got a so there's two ways to get wolves. You've got the what's it called, the reservation gem, the spirit gem, that gives you a pack, and that gives you up to 6 wolves that respawn like a normal minion. Right. And then you've got the mark, where when you kill monsters, it summons a wolf, and with that one you can get like another, I don't know, 10, 15, like bunch more.
Geez.
So you can have like a pretty sizable pack if you if you're going for that. But yeah, it's just a question of making sure the stats of them can actually get to like reasonable levels compared to other minion builds, to make sure that's viable.
Okay. Do you see more animal companions coming in the distant future once the game is shipped?
We could potentially do more of that stuff. I mean, like, there's still plenty of other minion things going on, kind of adjacent, right? So you've got any kind of int minion stuff going on. Obviously, it's not in theme with the druid so much, but yeah, like we could probably do some more animals. But for the time being, we didn't think we really needed more to sort of make the druid work. And like, the druid isn't primarily a minion build, right? Like, it really is only the case if you're if you're doing that whole kind of pack leader fantasy. That's like the main minion fantasy you'd have as a druid. So yeah, that we want to make sure at least sure that one was working.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it looks sweet. I mean, the Tundra Wolf looks amazing. So I think I'm going to gravitate toward that eventually after I try out the bear.
All of your other wolves that you have, by the way, turn into snow wolves when you turn into a snow wolf. So like your whole pack gets the upgrades. So that's kind of cool.
Attention to detail, pretty sweet. All right, we're going to go back to a little bit of game balance / identity. This is, I think, the number 2 other thing that people have just been piping up about, and that is charge generation, charges, and totems. Okay, Jonathan, so lay it on us. Why did you guys decide to go with this design of spell totems and ancestor totems in PoE 2, where you require the 3 charges to summon them and upkeep them? What's going on there? Because a lot of people...
The main thing that I don't want is for it to turn into a situation where basically any spellcaster build is a totem build. Like, I don't want it to be that just totems are just strictly superior to spellcasting. That's kind of important. So that's the main thing. And the charges were just a good way to kind of make it so that, like, okay, if you're going totems, if you want to do totems as your primary thing, what we want to be doing is providing ways to get there by, like, there are uniques that are available that can, fix that problem for you. Like, you can do a totem build, and in fact, we are going to be showing so we're actually going to make a video about like a bunch of in-game builds for Druid pretty soon, just to kind of show like people like, okay, really? here's some just viable things that you can make, just like made by our design team of like, that you can do things. And that's not to say those are all the builds or they're even the best builds. They're just, here's some builds that our design team decided to come up with to show off at in-game. And one of them that we were doing is the, a pure spell totem build. Like, you can do it, and it's completely viable. You just need to, use the uniques and various mechanics around doing it. So at the same time, the other thing as well is that I want using charges to feel like it gives you a significant bonus. Otherwise, they just feel pointless, right? Like if it just, certainly shouldn't be just a thing where, like you don't. Okay, put it this way: you just need to make sure that like the first time you get a charge and then you use it, it feels like a significant upgrade over the base skill.
Right.
Now, in order for that to happen, there needs to be a certain level of difficulty in order to attain them. So yeah, we just need to make sure there's a certain cost there.
Dude,
And
I
it
don't know,
actually has been pretty
Jonathan.
hard to design the mechanics in such a way where it's like you can do it all the time, but also it doesn't
I'm not a
feel
charge
like you just get
believer
them for doing
personally
nothing. Like,
myself.
it's kind of that tough balance to strike there. And so that's what we're really trying to do. So yeah, I mean, really, it just comes down to those elements, right? Like, just don't make it so that every spellcaster is a totem build. That's like a hard challenge to even meet, even by itself, right? Because not having to cast the spells is like a pretty substantive benefit to have. So there needs to be some kind of cost there.
And I'll call it out because I've played for a very long time.
We
In
might make a
Kiwi
totem
1,
build, guys, to be
all
honest.
the best spell builds were totem builds, and I always was like,
For sure.
oh man, I want self cast to be fun. Like, it just feels better
For sure.
when you're playing. It's like something, I guess, kind of hard to describe. But there's something different about actually casting.
Totems are
spell
far
and
strong. Yeah,
controlling
they don't
where it
have
goes instead of just
nearly anywhere
popping up
close to
your
the same
totem and running
downsides.
around in circles. So yeah, okay.
So the other benefit you do get though is that effectively the spell totem can serve as an ultimate type ability for people who aren't specking entirely into that way of playing. So effectively what you get there is, and that's actually something sort of interesting that we've been looking at in a few cases. So for example, the Wyvern Flame Blast, in its kind of default incarnation. So this is just aside from totems, right?
Yeah.
So this is the one where the Wyvern flies up and starts burninating everything. In its sort of default incantation of that, it's an ultimate really. You should be using it as like a boss ability if you get the opportunity. Like you heavy stun the boss, you start burning it, and the way that one works, by the way, is that it actually stacks ignites that add together. So unlike other ignite in the game, which you have to do a big hit.
Yeah.
This is a type of ignite where like every time you hit them, the ignite grows and grows and grows and grows. So like that one there is like a kind of interesting thing with that particular thing. So it actually works really well against bosses where you can stack the ignite really huge. But we also wanted to make sure that ability, if you want to, you can do a build which is going to get you to the point where you're just like burninating like the whole map, like you're just continuously flying around in the air for ages doing things. But it does take like, you need this unique and you need like a few things. Like to get to the point of you're doing that, it does require a little bit of effort. But the key thing is we want to make sure it is possible to use an ultimate ability as a clearing skill should you really, really want to go down that route. It's just, not the default case, as I said.
Okay.
Oh, and by the way, with that ignite thing, just because I saw you were kind of reacting interestingly to that, we are going to change incinerate to use that system as well. So yeah, like it's a kind of a different thing we're trying out.
That's very exciting. I was going to ask if it was going to roll out to some other skills to change up how ignite works because people are really looking for that.
Just those two for now.
Okay.
We might consider doing it for some other stuff, but I think the theme of the skill has to be like continuous burning for that to make sense as the way.
And is burninating a word? I've never heard this before, but I heard
Just
it
Jonathan.
It's probably just. It's probably just early internet. There was a meme video from a flash animation actually from a long time ago. Don't even worry about it. No one should really have to worry about it. It's just
just really, really brief question while we're talking about the Wyvern. Does Black Flame Covenant work with it or not? Because we saw it was like an attack-based gem on the gem. And
just try like
12.
12.
It works with spells only. So
I think he's like 25 to 30.
I think I mistakenly thought that it did at one point.
My guess.
Said something about that, but I think it probably doesn't because it's not a spell. So yeah, it is an attack. Yeah.
Is there any way in the future there would be a keystone where we could get the same sort of thing?
I'll have to think about that. We were thinking. Well, no, whatever. I won't talk about that.
Oh, you can leak it. Yeah. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. Okay, I appreciate that. All right. Yeah, that totem one. One more follow up on it. Generating charges in boss fights, is that something that people are going to be easily able to do? Because that's one of the big complaints that I saw, that I know you just said you'll be able to do a soul totem build, so it must be possible. There's just a few pieces in place.
Sure. But then in terms of just the general way as well, we've got things like that a little bit like in the kind of more mid-game options for that. Well, I mean, even early game, really. You've got things like Wing Blast that can generate charges. And like, so for example, what we're doing with that is like during regular clearing, it only generates charges very occasionally. For boss fights, you'll generate 3 charges when you use it on a Prime for Stun monster. So you can do that sort of, but as I said, in that context, it's more of an ultimate type ability. So if you want to do the kind of like pure totem build, you're going to need to find a solution to that isn't just in the like base skill set. It's going to involve supports and uniques and stuff like that.
Okay, cool. Thank you. All right, moving over to a melee focused question here. So back when a bulk of the melee skills were first developed, I believe the game didn't have WASD implemented, so a lot of movement was baked into the skills to make them feel really good. And then when WASD was implemented, you guys went back and you added movement to a lot of the ranged based or spell casting skills, but the movement is still baked into the melee skills. Do you guys see a world where you could go back and you could add moving while attacking to some of these melee-based skills? Because it does feel so much, I just got to say, it feels so much better when you can maintain full control of your character
Right.
throughout
So
the course of a skill animation.
a couple of things with that. So for range, moving while attacking feels good, but for melee, what you actually end up with is a thing that feels really floaty. So you can, there are some games that do that, but I just feel like you end up with very floaty, like non-punchy animations. So what you generally have to do is you have to kind of lerp into get some kind of point of the attack where it becomes fixed, and that's what we try to do with our targeting thing. Where like, so for example, if you, I mean, the easiest one to show that on is like double slam, so it's called rolling slam.
Rolling slam.
Where effectively like you can steer it the whole way, and effectively when we talk about moving while attacking, it's really more about skills like that where you can do you know, like attacks like the movement is still built into the animation, so you don't feel floaty, but you still have a level of control over that sort of stuff, and that's what we sort of try to do with our attacks, is like try to have it so there's a level of control, but it's not fully just like moving arbitrarily, because as I said, you do end up feeling very floaty. So that's just a sort of really comes down to sort of a feels thing, and like as I said, when you do try that kind of stuff, it doesn't end up feeling that great. There's even things that we've tried before along those lines, and yeah, as I said, it just never kind of really felt right, so that's why we didn't end up doing it.
Is it something that we would perhaps see with future melee weapons, where maybe, okay, you can move while attacking with a sword or an axe as opposed to mace?
Like,
Asking about
it really is
Cyclone.
more about the individual skills and like how they specifically function. Like I don't think that we would just generally have, as I said, we wouldn't have completely freeform movement like that. You'll even notice like in a lot of other melee games, if you like you can have a thing where you can lerp into an attack, and by that what I mean is that you know, you've got a bit of control for part of it, but it's like slows down into like being part of the animation at a certain point. And like we'll probably experiment a little bit more with that, but I don't think we'd want to just be like, okay, it's just like full floaty, just like move in any like arbitrary direction while you're attacking type things. I really don't think it feels very good.
Okay. Now this next one, I know you've been asked it many times, but it was the #1 most requested question that I ask about again. And it simply is, why does the warrior have so many downsides on the tree and gear, whereas witch, monk, ranger comparatively have none? I know you guys have talked about this a lot, but could you...
Well, I mean, fundamentally, it really is just that... So, you know, it's funny because I don't think there's necessarily like an extreme number in the warrior area, but the funny thing is when we put a downside on something, we also make the upside higher. And so people then see like, okay, what are the best nodes? And they're going to see these big numbers on like some of these, on some of these nodes, and they're going to say, okay, well, like, you know, I want that, but I don't want the downside. And so it's kind of like the reason that they attract attention is just because of the fact the numbers are higher. If we didn't have the downside on there, obviously the upside would also be lower. So it's kind of like just that thing. Now, what was that? Sorry.
Is it a packaging problem?
Not necessarily. But as I said, personally, I like the idea that you can spec into different things like that. And so, for example, like a commonly cited one would just be like, you know, you've got like more damage and then less attack speed, right? You've got those kinds of nodes.
Yep.
And it's like the ideal way that you should be thinking about that is an opportunity where it's like, well, what can I use this with that is not going to care about the downside particularly? And right, especially when you've got weapon spec points where it's like, okay, these couple of abilities, you know, I don't care about attack speed, so I'm gonna get that node for that case and that kind of thing. Like, you know, like you want to try and you see each downside as more of an opportunity, in my opinion. So honestly, I feel like I'd want to see more nodes like that around for other parts of the tree, right? Like just do more of that kind of thing. You don't want to go overboard with it, right? Like you don't want to like every node's going to downside. That just gets tiring. But yeah, I think there's a few there. I don't think there's necessarily too many there, but they certainly attract attention because of the fact that
this is what it's about. These four notables.
They do. Yeah, there's
and
not
the
as
reduced
many
mana.
first things on the right side of the tree as the left. Like
right. I mean, yeah, we can.
Yeah,
as I say, I think there's room for adding more of those, honestly.
Now, how about those are openly advertised? How about the hidden penalties? I know one that still exists to this day is the penalty for movement speed on heavy armor. Is that something that you guys would ever want to remove?
I mean, I guess I don't have a problem with it myself. I've always kind of found it to be just like, you know, like it's just an interesting thing once again to build around on different characters. I don't like part of the reason to do it on the heavy armor is just that like tanky
the increased cost
you can kind of have from like, you know, I'm a strong warrior.
These notables are really
good. It sort of works on that level. But yeah, as I said, I don't feel particularly inclined to get rid of that one, I have to say.
Yeah. All right. Now, I know you've been asked about this a lot. I think if you added a rhinoceros mount for the warrior, I think all your problems would be solved. Then people could like ride on the rhino, wielding the giant mace, feel like they're on the Roa. Be good.
Well, I don't know about a rhino, but yeah, we'll see. I suspect that more mounts is more of a post 1.0 type of feature.
Okay. Let's see here. Oh, this is a good one that I'd like to hear you talk about, especially considering we're getting the druid. So last patch in 0.3, you added the ability to instantly weapon swap, as opposed to it having a delay in 0.1.0.2. But I didn't see a lot of builds that utilize the multi-weapon swap capabilities. They usually stick to just one weapon. Now, moving forward to 0.4, I know you're encouraging the form shifting and all that. Do you have thoughts on why people aren't specking into multiple weapons, like a quarterstaff and a spear, or a crossbow and
I
a
mean,
mace?
I wouldn't say it's that unusual. Like, I mean, you certainly do see it, and I think you'll see it more and more over time. I mean, like the mechanics are there to allow for that kind of thing. Like there's generally speaking, you know, like I sort of suspect that one of the reasons is that something I've noticed is that people, when they see it, they almost feel bad about it rather than good in some cases, where they're like, oh, like it's just an exploit that you're using this other ability from this other class to like just you get this one effect. And it's like, well, that is kind of the point, right? Like if there's another class that has a thing that like, you know, that allows you to get this thing more easily than your current class, then yeah, I mean that's kind of the reason why that exists, right? So like I don't know, I feel like you do see quite a lot of it. I think maybe people have a different imagination in their mind about what it might be, like what that would look like. But yeah, I mean what it does look like is, you know, you're trying to find a combo that that can work, and that's why we have all these different sort of synergies around between different weapons and like the shared mechanics, right? So you've got, you know, things like armor break and charges and random stuff like that that kind of like allow you to sort of, you know, potentially get better things. Now, for the druid, you're right. We're leaning into weapon swap here specifically because of the fact that you've got the hybrid melee and caster stuff going on, and so there's a lot more specific synergy in that case. You know, and you kind of will need to be able to, you know, learn how to do the weapon swap. And I guess what we might see from that is more people just being generally aware of the options there, and then potentially doing more stuff with build creation. But as I said, I wouldn't say it's like not happening now, and certainly there's like no real downsides to doing so. So, you know, I'd say that it's a thing that happens for sure.
Okay. Building on this point, do you think in the future you'll bake more cross-class synergies into skills? For example, when I saw the druid primal skills, the elemental ones, I was like, oh, I wonder if they have infusions baked into them. That's something you guys think about?
We did think about the infusion case. In the end, we did decide to keep that to be like for the elemental spellcaster stuff specifically, like so for the sort set of skills. But like, look, I do like doing that kind of stuff. I just didn't in this particular case. It didn't feel quite right because there weren't like. It didn't feel like there was a full elemental cycle in the same exact way that the like to justify the infusions being in there. And it would feel a bit weird to just have like one skill or two skills like have it. So in the end, it kind of, you know, we decided to not do the infusions and just keep it as a mechanic for the sock.
Okay. Touching on infusions just a little bit more, you guys are leading into that mechanic with remnants as well for like the Acolyte of Chayula. Obviously, the Acolyte received pretty tremendous number buffs this time around. I've seen some people talk about how the payoff for going around and collecting the remnants or the infusions isn't necessarily worth like.
I sure as hell don't want to pick up remnants
from it, or the effect afterwards. Is that something you guys are keenly like looking into and making sure that it's always worthwhile at the end of the day?
I think there's a few things going on with that that really just come down to a lot of balance numbers. So like one of the things that I haven't been doing this work myself, but Mark has, is we've been increasing the durations of a lot of things in this balance pass. Like one of the things that in PoE 1, the sort of
they had a lot
standard
of buffs for
duration for
infusion
something
and
was kind of like
stuff.
4 seconds. In PoE 2, it kind of needs to be longer to actually be worthwhile, so like 6, 8, and 10 in some cases. So generally speaking, like a lot of these numbers have sort of ended up as the similar numbers to what PoE 1 had for certain things, or just like people just used to being like, okay, if you've got a duration, just put 4 seconds as a kind of a default. But yeah, I think in PoE 2, you actually need those numbers to be longer to sort of make things work. So that's been a thing to kind of just increase durations to make it actually worthwhile. And also means you don't feel as frantic, like feeling like, oh, I have to use this before it goes away and that kind of stuff. Like there's just a lot of that sort of stuff that can kind of improve the feeling of that. But the other thing as well is just increasing the there's more nodes or like buffing nodes that make pickup radiuses be larger as like another axis that you can do to kind of make the like it should be possible to get your pickup radius to the point where like it effectively like changes the dynamics of entirely, so you don't have to worry about actually going to pick them up. They just kind of come to you because the pickup radius is far enough away. Like if you want to spec into that, right? It's another build axis you can do. So you kind of just do this stuff. And so as I said, it's more of a question of just balance numbers, I think, to sort of get the feel right. Yeah, the durations of things really goes a long way to that.
Okay. Swapping gears over to item rarity for a little bit. Now, in this interview with Ziggy D, you and Mark mentioned that in the future, And I'd like to clarify, you guys are going to remove item rarity from gear. You just
You
don't
want me
know
to
what to
confirm?
replace it with yet. Is that correct?
I am not going to promise anything because, like, we can see.
Walk it back
how,
slightly,
like, things
okay.
go.
Oh,
But, like, as I said,
rarity's
right
gonna be here
now, I
forever.
would prefer to remove it, and it's really just a question of what to replace it with. So
Okay.
that's like kind of my feeling about it right now. But yeah, look, it's gonna. There's still some arguments in the other direction, but look, this seems to be generally what people prefer. And at this point, I'm sort of pretty sympathetic to that. So that's what I prefer to do. It's funny though, because it can seem trivial, like, oh, surely you can come up with another mod to come up to replace that. But it has to be on all gear. It has to have some level of like, it has to feel like it's something you can specialize in that isn't damage on your build that you actually feeling meaningfully need, which is quite tricky. Like in order to make it so that there's like something that you're trading off when you're getting these mods on your gear. So I don't think it's like okay to just be like a completely junk useless mod. Like there needs to be something where it's like, okay, any character might want this, but it's also something you would only want to worry about at the point where you've already like sorted your damage and resistance and other sort of problems. So like that's the kind of thing that it needs to be able to do. So yeah, that does make it tricky.
I will just say I had 0% item rarity and 0.3. Had a great time, you guys. Throw that out.
Don't say that try, dude. Man.
People are not necessary.
Yeah.
I do think
people are
gonna
get mad at you saying that.
Exactly what it does and how
you have to have 150.
That doesn't really help.
Don't you know about the number?
Part of the reason for that is just because it is so complicated and how it works and like it kind of can't be any other way than complicated just due to the nature of all the various things that are going on in the item drop system.
To follow the ups there, have you guys ever considered releasing the kind of formula behind it because there's been so much community speculation, or is that something you want to keep close to your chest?
We really don't want to do that because item drops are something that you want to be able to tweak how they work and so on, and like there's like it would mean that every single time we change anything people would be like on us like rats up a drain pipe. So it's kind of like
yeah, don't do it, Jonathan. Don't do it.
Be able to have that at least as something that we can like fiddle around with a little bit. But the other thing as well is that like it's so tricky. There is a lot of emergent complexity that comes out of the rules that it has in terms of how like what results in what as far as like the final drops are concerned. And so yeah, I don't even think it's like even is that understandable. Now the same is true of the stat system, right? And yet PoE what do you call it, sorry, the name's fallen out of my head, the thing that you use to make builds,
Path of Building.
Path of Building, sorry, yes. The Path of Building. So I mean, things like Path of Building exist. So it's not like people wouldn't make a model of it, right? Like they would, but at the same time, I just, I just think we'd prefer not to have to go down that road.
Okay, burninating and now rats up a drain pipe. That's two things I'm adding.
Maybe that might be an Australasian slang potentially.
That's good.
So I'm not sure.
And then one extra thing, I saw people talking about how the changes to item rarity, this patch reduced its values on gear. Wouldn't that have the effect of more people wanting to try to put as much item rarity on their gear? Because now it has lesser values across all your gear slots. Now it becomes more of a coveted stat. That kind of acting in reverse? Or
so I don't necessarily think so. So last time we lowered the numbers in a way that didn't affect what the numbers displayed on items were. And I think that actually in retrospect it would have been better to do the other way around because people still see a number that they still assume has a certain effect. So this time we decided to do it in the way of just reducing the numbers on the gear, which like at the end of the day you still have to get the the mod, like you still only get one mod per gear slot, right? So right, like it is a strict nerf to what you can do. But I believe that we also adjusted the formula at the same time. Like in terms of what the max that it affects. So as far as I'm understanding, like it means that like you don't need more of your gear to have item rarity on it. Like it's just that the displayed number and the cap is now lowered at the same time, so that you kind of like you've got that feeling of like, okay, like I can see this having a lesser effect than what it would have had before. Just sort of communicate that a bit better.
Okay, let the speculation run rampant. Let's go to a fun question.
Does that even mean?
I don't know if you have the stats on this, but I'll ask you anyway. So for Path of Exile 1, we can see Steam achievements of like who's killed Hillock and who's finished the campaign, who's taken out the Searing Exarch. Do you have those type of stats internally for Path of Exile 2? And do you know like the percentage of people who have killed the Miller, finished the campaign, and killed the Arbiter of Ash?
I actually don't know what those are offhand. We can get them. Like we do have stat collection that for that kind of thing. But yeah, it would just be a question. So one of the things with this is I normally only ask for stats about things if I'm actually got like a change in mind that I want to do in response to those stats.
Okay.
There's one of these mistakes people can make sometimes where they effectively just like look at a bunch of stats to see what jumps out. And the problem with that is that you can get outliers that then cause you to make bad decisions. So I sort of prefer to be like, before I go and like use a stat for something, I'm like, okay, what would I do if the stat was, this value? What would I do if it was that value? And kind of know the answer to that before I ask for the stat, in order to prevent myself from making decisions based on just like looking at a bunch of stats and just finding the outliers.
I know that you
Chromo,
were using
sub, man.
stats a lot, and I think it was 0.2 with volatile plants. You found out that it was killing so many players, and you made changes based on those stats. Have there been any for 0.3 going into 0.4 that have stood out to you?
Not that I'm particularly aware of, but as I said, it's not kind of the domain I normally work in for that kind of balance. So yeah, but it's as I said, it's the kind of thing that we'll look into when we like. I mean, a really common situation is if people are complaining about something and we're like, we don't understand it. That's a good time to go to the stats to be like, okay, well, let's try to find out why, what's actually going on here, like what's occurring.
Okay. Question about Fate of the Val a little bit and its loot. So we obviously have the temple that we're building. Is this going to be something that's influenced by item rarity, and are we getting drops from here, or are they all in like reward curios and chests and all that stuff?
So it's a mix because the monsters in the temple just have regular item drops, and those like effectively get juiced by mods that the rooms can give. So effectively, it can mean that you got this sort of more traditional way that you can juice mods, like you can juice rarity of things in that way. But then there's also particularly like fixed drops, and a lot of the room, like generally speaking, most of the rooms will have some kind of drop like that. But the way that it's often delivered is in some kind of crafting device that you can either use right away, or you can take the currency from, or like in the higher levels and that kind of thing. So like there's a lot of kind of fixed drops or like fixed uniques and all that kind of stuff. So a lot of the rewards just come from those sort of fixed elements, which you will know that you're going to get because you've got a certain room. So obviously people will have to like work out like what comes from what and everything. There's not that many rooms, but then they do at different levels, and so like generally speaking, they get more. The things get more powerful as you go up, and then also you've got the stuff where there's like there are extra reward rooms that you get for killing the architect and that kind of stuff. So yeah, there's a lot of fixed drops in the league for sure, but yeah, more traditional stuff from just from regular monster killing.
And how high can you juice up the temple? Do you expect it to be on par with the rewards that?
Please say it's going to be harder content than anything else in the
maps
game
and the like, or does it?
Yeah, it should absolutely be. So I mean, the intention was to scale it into Endgame, like both in terms of difficulty as well as the rewards. So that's why I've got the whole like tier 3 room thing going on, where they give mods and like you can stack a lot of that stuff. It can get very, very hard. The thing that I think people should understand, just by the way, which is probably something we should communicate in some way in the game as well, is that you don't have to keep killing the architect necessarily. It can be a better strategy to not kill the architect and instead just build up the temple with lots and lots of rooms if your goal is like kind of like max endgame juicing, because the architect has got certain rewards that they can give you with specific reward rooms, but it does like destroy more of the temple when you kill him. So like if you want to build the biggest temple to get like the most maximum amount of just like traditional rewards in the sense of just like juicing individual monsters, the best strategy is like don't kill the architect, instead just like finish the rest of the temple and then build more and get it as large as you can to get the most mods possible.
Right.
So there's kind of like a few strategies. Like you've got like architect killing, which is going to get you reward rooms. You've got like just build the temple big and just get traditional drops, or you've got like Zeri kills, which is going to getting the Zeri rewards and that.
That's what I'm going to be doing.
A few different strategies.
I'm going to be killing Zeri.
Now, this league, one of the big things I saw from a lot of players who didn't play Path of Exile 1, PoE 2 was their first Exile game. They saw you guys presenting this league mechanic and their minds just exploded. They're like, oh my gosh, the complexity, this is wild. Have you guys thought about that? Does it get a little bit in the weeds sometimes with it, or can you kind of just build your temple and go and expect to have a good time?
You can just build your temple, and like because of the fact that it shows you the squares that are gonna upgrade things, like now you can think about it, but like you can be thinking on a deeper level of like, I want to upgrade this specifically, so I'm gonna make sure like leave a hole here to place the room that goes next to it, that kind of stuff. Like you can think like that, or you can just place things where the bright green is, and you'll honestly do fairly well. Like the UI is definitely like a lot better than what we would have done in the past, and it's actually one of the reasons why I developed the simulation myself, because I was writing the code in such a way to make the UI for communicating the stuff as easy as possible. So like one of the things I was initially like is like if I just made this without thinking about the UI experience, it probably would have gone very differently, because when I was building, I'm like, okay, every single thing you do, you need to be able to show the user exactly what it will do to the temple when you hover it. Like before you commit, you need to see that, which means you need a way to like predict the next state before you've actually committed to the previous one. And that's like just like a thing that's like easy to do when you're building it initially, but would have been hard to bolt on afterwards if I just asked a UI programmer to do that. So like it's that kind of thing that you need to think about really early on. And then there's also the whole idea of just like, making sure that you can even like by being able to do that look ahead for each option, you can then say like, okay, will this upgrade anything and that kind of stuff. Like it allows you to like to get those UI cues in really well. So it just makes it much better for communication with the players.
Yeah. I love hearing the game design tidbits. I swear that's my favorite part of all this, learning all this stuff. Okay, you also said that Fate of the Val was your first full league that you built out in Path of Exile 2. It has very in-depth mechanics, it has the new pinnacle boss, it has all these unique crafting capabilities. Is this something that you guys are going to look back to do for the other leagues that were ported to PoE 2 from PoE 1? So your Rituals, your Deliriums, do you want to give them the full treatment that I feel like we got with Abyss too? I feel like you might be selling yourself short.
Yeah,
with
so
this.
I mean, Abyss was pretty good for sure.
Yeah.
It's just that this one's even just slightly a bit beyond that, and I feel like put it this way, I would say Abyss was reaching the tier of like stuff that a PoE 1 league has been doing, but I feel like this Fate of the Val is more like what we kind of want to be doing for a PoE 2 like tier of league in terms of like the amount of stuff going on. Now you're completely right that some of the older leagues are not nearly as good compared to in PoE 2. I mean, compared to the newer stuff, and that really is where 050, like with all the Endgame stuff we're talking about, like it's about that, right? Like it's about making all those league mechanics feel more full, have more things going on. Like making sure that and like when we talk about the Atlas tree, it's like like a lot of the reason why the Atlas tree is not as good is because there aren't as many things that it can do to the leagues that are in the Atlas, and things like that. There's like stuff like that needs to be addressed. So it's a lot of that stuff.
Oh, 5-0
kind of make
the Endgame save,
the Endgame feel better, and yeah, it really is about making those leagues feel more interesting.
Revisiting what we talked about at the top of the interview with Endgame being pushed to 0.5, what was the decision making like with you guys when you said, okay, we're gonna push Endgame and we have Fate of the Val coming out? Is there a reason why you guys focused more on the league, which looks awesome, as opposed to the Endgame core game changes? Was there like a specific reasoning there, or was it a timing thing?
It wasn't necessarily a question between the league and the end game, because you need to have a league. You just have to. Like people will not come back if there isn't a league. So like that's just mandatory. So really it comes down to what other content is going to be in the patch. And it really would have been, if we wanted to push to get the end game stuff done, we probably would have had to sacrifice the druid, which I really didn't want to do. And there was a point where we were like, could we sacrifice the druid to be able to do this in-game stuff? And we decided, you know what? I think that's probably a worse trade. But even then, I think it probably wouldn't have delivered quite the what we needed to have, just because like there are some for content like that. There's quite a lot of things in the deep in the pipeline you should do, like in terms of just like modeling and animation, all that sort of stuff that needs to happen relatively early. So I don't think it would have been as good as what it will be when it's in 050 instead. So I feel like we would have compromised in two ways. We would have had like no druid, and we would have had a worse end-game expansion as well. So I definitely don't think it was the right move. Yeah, it's gonna definitely be better to do it later.
It's definitely fair. Okay, this one's a question for myself that I'm curious about. The release in China, the official release happened in 0.3. I'm curious, what was the reception in China, and how did it compare to the original 0.1 release, the global release?
Well, it's going pretty well there, but honestly, I don't have like a huge amount to say about it. Like, it's another market. It's published by Tencent there, and they kind of do that job, and they handle most of the stuff going on there.
Okay. Quick follow-up. What piece of community feedback during 0.3 helped shape 0.4 the most? Is there one thing that really stands out to you guys as, oh my gosh, we definitely need to fix this? And you can't say Endgame, okay?
Yeah. I honestly don't know that I could pick any one particular thing. I mean, I guess probably one of the things that's just been generally on our mind is just build diversity and that kind of stuff, like trying to improve that. So there's been a lot of like, balance work and so on going on behind the scenes, and we're still ongoing as well. But like, it's sort of hard to sort of pick that up and be like, hey, this feature was specifically inspired by that, because it really is just like a lot of smaller things. A big goal I have, I mean, look, you've got like the performance work is obviously something I'm really focused on. The balance work is something Mark's really focused on. These are kind of like the two big things that we're really trying to make sure are getting better. And both of us, unfortunately, in both cases, are like there's still more to do, right? There's still so much more to do. And Mark is often will say, like the problem with balance is that you could infinitely do it. Like you could literally he could literally spend his entire life doing only that and never anything else, and it would still feel like it wasn't enough. So that's one of those things. But yeah, we will get to a point though where I think the build diversity in particular is a lot better.
The Ascendancy buffs were pretty exciting. I was shocked to see almost every single one was buffed. What did you guys look at in particular to make those decisions? Do you guys use like PoE Ninja? Is it primarily just reading about the feedback? How should people get their feelings about Ascendancy classes being more exciting?
It really is more of a question for Mark, this one. But
okay.
from my understanding, I mean, look, he does do a lot of research on Ninja and that kind of stuff. He's looking at things, but ultimately he's, the question a lot of them is like, why is this not played is the hard part sometimes, because the attention usually goes on the things that are being played. That's what people talk about a lot of the time. So it's a much harder thing to look at, okay, like here's something that isn't played, why? And that's really the question he's asking most of the time. Just like what would it take to get me to play this is the question that you need to be asking yourself when you're doing these balance things.
Smart. Okay, shifting gears to the druid, which is something that I was incredibly excited to finally see in Path of Exile 2 after waiting for it for so long. You guys introduced two initial ascendancies, the Oracle and the Shaman, and while they look interesting, they didn't necessarily vibe with me. I have to pose to you, what happened to an Unga Bunga shape-shifting focus like ascendancy where it's like, oh, you get bonuses for being a bear and swapping into this different form? Is that a plan, or is that something you guys want to refrain from, since shape-shifting forms have kind of been baked into weapons, and I know you don't really want to attach ascendancy to a weapon?
Generally speaking, ascendancies don't do things that are like, we try to make it so they can be used on many classes with many builds. And so if we just said like, here's the shape-shifting ascendancy class, everyone would just do that, and then there kind of wouldn't be any room left over for other things. And so that's why we would prefer to not do that if we can. I think Mark even already said that, like, we might do a more shape-shifting focused class for a third one. But if we did, it would have to not even say the word shape-shifting in it. It would have to be like very much implying shape-shifting and have a lot of bonuses that make sense and be in theme for shape-shifting, while not necessarily actually requiring you to be shape-shifted in order to make it so that it can work across many things. And you'll see that across all the ascendancy classes. Like, we really try to make it so that they're as generally applicable as possible while feeling like they're very specific.
What was the craziest part of creating the druid the past 5-6 years? There a moment that you were just like, why are we even doing this? Like, it's very fun.
Well,
it's
I mean,
cool.
I think I've talked about this before, but like getting the wolf was a challenge.
That's interesting.
And like there was periods where we even cut the wolf, right? Like there was a period where like, we're not doing the wolf again, we're going to do something else. Like it ended up being something that people really wanted, and even internally, so we kind of had to do it. But like there's just like, it's just really hard. I mean, look, we had another form at one point that we were gonna specialize in, that we decided not to do in the end. We were gonna have you turn into a giant plant monster. It was like kind of crazy, but yeah, that's something that it was cool, but it wasn't a wolf.
Yeah.
Like there are things like that we did, but yeah, it's just been it's just mostly just been like a real animation challenge, like having to deal with the things that aren't humans.
Was there a particular iteration of the druid, whether like a skill or an ascendancy or a form that you haven't talked about, that you were excited for but you had to cut? Anything that
yeah, so definitely the plant monster. It was really cool. Like it walked around on vines and it had this like kind of interesting just like feel to it. I mean, it was the same type of creature as Brambleghast. Like we're like you're gonna be like Brambleghast in terms of like walking around. And it was pretty cool. But as I said, it kind of just didn't really work. And like you do some vine slaps, and then we're kind of like, okay, pretty much the rest of the skill set of this, when you actually try it, just ends up feeling like the same sort of stuff that you had with the nature stuff on the class anyway. So like it was cool to be that thing, but it just kind of didn't really make sense in the end.
And people are really vibing with the plant skills too. I see everybody excited to be farmers and to water the plants and everything. Did you expect that sort of reception? Because I'm kind of shocked.
Plants are going to be good, surely.
I mean, I was really happy with it, honestly. Like the watering the plants thing came relatively late. Like it actually happened while we were trying to work out what support gems we could have for the lightning, for the thunderstorm skill. It used to be called Lightning Storm, in fact, and it just had lightning. And I was like, we were trying to design supports, and I was like, okay, like I need to find something else interesting for this to do. Was it the supports? Something like that. But anyway, there was some point where we changed over to be like, okay, let's let's add another mechanic to this that can actually make it so that it interacts with the other skills in the class. And I was really happy with that one. And I suspect what we might even end up doing is have the watering concept come onto the ranger at some point in some way. I'm not quite know how yet, but at some point I'll probably try to come up with that because I think it kind of can be quite cool. And we did add all of the watering features to all of the plants that the ranger already has.
Oh, really? Okay, so there's some
Yeah, so you
synergies
can
there.
water all the ranger's plants if you want. I mean, currently we're required to do something cross-class, but
Okay.
later on I think we can probably do something interesting with that.
Okay. I want to swap gears and talk a little bit about the
Gotta water my
bosses.
plants.
Back in 0.3, you guys tremendously decreased the health of pinnacle bosses, not bosses of maps or anything. Do you ever see you raising the ceiling of those again, so that maybe they're a little bit more
Their
challenging
HP,
to
they're
the
just
top end
they're
of
made of
build, or
paper.
something to chase after and fight?
The problem with this is that we don't want to limit the number of builds that can be considered viable too much by having the pinnacles be too high in life, and it's especially a little bit. It can be a little bit deceptive when you've got a few things that are completely crazy at the moment that, like, can sort of effectively make it seem trivial to a lot of people. But yeah,
Player
ultimately,
power
it's
is
like
too high.
the
Yeah,
higher
player
your
power
ceiling is on the
DPS
pinnacles, the
wise is
higher
obscene for the scaling of the game.
well, effectively, the higher bar that a build needs to clear to actually be considered viable, and I think it was just kind of not really quite healthy. Now there could still be some adjustment to this, of course, right? Like we'll adjust it once we have a look, but we have to get the balance into a bit more of a like correct place before we can sort of say that like, okay, here's what the life needs to be. And I mean, look, it wouldn't surprise me at all if we ended up buffing some of that life a little bit, but I don't think it needs. I certainly wouldn't want to be like, okay, this is like 3 times higher and like ultra challenging. Because as I said, as soon as you have something like that, that'll become the bar you need to clear for a build to be viable, and suddenly a bunch of builds just get erased. So that's the challenging part there.
All right. And I also see, and I debated it myself.
We're gonna be
people
one-shotting
talking
at
about the new
Zeri?
boss
Not like
resistance
this.
window. This only exists in the patch notes right now, unfortunately. So we
Right,
don't know
right.
how it plays out in game. Could you just give the skinny on why you guys implemented it and what
Right. So
exactly
it's
it
just-
works?
It's just to prevent preloading of the boss with like all sorts of stuff. Like so I don't know exactly how long it lasts, but it's not long. It's just basically the first few seconds of the fight. The boss is resistant to stuff. And honestly, in PoE1, a ton of bosses have this. It's just like it's just already a thing. In
Yep.
PoE2, we didn't have it. It's been we're adding it. It just prevents like some of the sort of like weird abuse cases that you'll get of like I'm going to just preload the exact place where the boss is going to stand with all of the
Lightning rod.
effects, and then the boss doesn't even get a chance to move before it dies. So yeah, it's just to prevent that kind of thing.
Okay. A little bit of a quality of life feature regarding the endgame and tablets. Right now, tablets, they have different icons on them, but it's really hard to differentiate, especially since there's no like stash tab for them. Is there
Yeah,
a
we
way-
can probably sort that out. Like I agree that that's something that we just need to fix. And actually, I actually brought it up like yesterday with someone, so we might even see if we can fix that before the release. It's possible.
Yeah.
But I'll see. I'll check out on that. how it
Okay,
goes.
cool.
But yeah, I agree. It could be changed.
Okay. This is a fun one here. So the Path of Exile 2 campaign, swapping gears entirely. Are you satisfied with the current difficulty curve for the campaign?
I would say that I mostly am, but there have been some cases where we had problems with weapon types during campaign. Mark mentioned this basically, where you just had holes in the progression and you wouldn't really appreciate why it was as a player, but like it meant you just didn't get upgrades for your weapon for pretty significant periods of time in some cases. And so we've effectively plugged those now so that the weapon progression should feel a bit better as you go through. And that should mean that like if you fell into a hole with regard to not being able to get a weapon upgrade in certain places, which was like just an issue, for a lot of the time, then that should be sorted out at least. But that being said, like you do want some things to be harder and some things to be easier. Like generally speaking, what we want is like towards the end of an act, it like ramps up in difficulty and gets a bit harder. And then when you have the next act, you get a little bit of a downgrade again. So you get that sort of feeling of relief a little bit of like, now I'm just fighting regular trash monsters again. And then it kind of ramps up again to get harder again. So that's kind of the ideal curve that we get.
Right.
And to sort of make things not feel too flat, like you get a bit of variety of experiences.
I'm glad you brought up the weapon drop thing, because that's something that's been brought to my attention quite a bit, and I've experienced it too, where the difference between someone who gets that lucky drop and someone who doesn't. I mean, you can have a 30-second boss fight or a 3-minute long boss fight, And some people, they can't last that entire 3 minutes, unfortunately, and they end up just giving up. So it sounds you guys adjusted essentially.
I didn't word it like that.
Seating.
Well, what mostly is was just that
Some
you'd have
people can't
situations where you'd
last
have like
3
gaps
minutes.
of like 28 levels before you got a
Freaking
DPS
noobs.
upgrade, just because of the way the weapon types happen to be.
Yeah.
And like that's obviously not right. So like it should. I'm not going to say it will prevent you from ever having a situation where you would not get a good weapon, but it certainly should reduce the number of cases where that happens quite a lot, just by virtue of improving that.
This also feeds into a topic you guys spoke about a few other days, where there's power in your gear and there's power in more deterministic avenues, the passive tree, your skill gems and all that. And I think during the campaign, it's one area where people can drop off entirely, where if they're not lucky, they're not getting gear upgrades, they can't go somewhere and farm power in their gems or, get more levels in the passive tree because it's not as powerful if they don't get, that gear drop. So do you have any, we talked about this before. Do you have any ideas for like maybe pushing players to the shop or doing the crafting tutorial I know we spoke about a few months ago? So like the new players, so they know, like I do, we'll just go check the shop when you level up. You're probably going to get a weapon upgrade there. Gamble with the gambler. You're going to get a massive upgrade there. Is that something you would look to put into the game sometime soon?
Well, okay, so I do definitely want to put a thing about crafting, a tutorial for crafting, because I do know that's something that's like less obvious. I would sort of hope that people don't need to know about the fact that like there's a shop there, right? I mean, they're there, right? Like it should be relatively clear. Like that one, I don't think there's any like misunderstanding about that. I guess, funnily enough, I think that's more of a PoE1 player experience thing, where like they expect the shop items to be bad. I think people who weren't PoE1 players would generally expect that the shop items can be good, because most games do have good shop items. It's just really PoE1 that doesn't. So that could kind of be that kind of issue that's going on with that particular one.
Main thing is I can't afford the good
yeah,
shop
like,
items in Act 1.
I think
I'm
that's
too
kind of
broke.
mostly okay. So it's really the crafting, I think, that if you're a new player and you don't understand how the crafting works, that can be the thing. Yeah, as I said, that's why we want to do a tutorial there. But I mean, look, you can always grind for items, and you will find better upgrades and stuff like that. You can do it. And the other thing, of course, we want to push you towards is like do more of the side quests, do more of those like extra power giving things that are on the map. And so that might be more we'd want to push people towards, because those ones
cycles by the time you have gold,
both give you more drops, but also give you more specific rewards and all sorts of stuff. Like if you're missing out on those, and you're having a hard time, that'd be where you go like to fix your issue. We've sort of had a bit of a hard time communicating those as much like as what some other games have done. So I think that's probably where I'd want to try and improve the communication there.
That sounds good. Elaborating a little bit on the crafting side of things.
Level 2, you find a 550 gold plus one item, but only have 30 gold in your name. Exactly. Yep.
And we had the special
that first vendor check is
super cool.
Painful, because you know it's going to be gone by the time you have the gold.
To go use resources outside of game, because these things, these omens, these bones, they're very valuable, and people didn't want to waste them, right? Or they end up just selling them. And do you have any thoughts on whether or not you guys would ever implement some in-game resource where it tells you, okay, this item has these particular affixes and you can roll these specific modifiers because it has these tags, like all that information in game, because it's all there. You go to PoE2DB or you go to like Craft of Exile and it's all in the files. It's just not in game. Is that too, like, I don't know. You interact with the UI too much or something? Or
so there's a couple of things about that. So we'd have to make some kind of like, I'm not totally against doing this as like a kind of like a mod database almost type of situation, maybe. But I do worry that it will like when you're actually new, that it will still steer you away. So I kind of want to find a way to do that doesn't feel wrong. We did at one point talk about having like a crafting system type window thing that would like help you with that, but it kind of didn't really end up going anywhere for various reasons. That being said, like in some cases with the omens in particular, you had like, the homogenizing omens were kind of one of those things where you would have to really using those like does require information that like the game wasn't really giving you, but I think the better situation in that regard, like for various reasons, was to get rid of them. But look, there's always going to be cases where you can get advantage by going to information sources out of game. Like it's definitely going to be the case.
Right. Yeah.
So like on some level, you kind of you've lost that battle before you even started. So I think that surfacing what mods can generate is interesting, and maybe we should do that. But I don't know that I go too much further than that. That's probably about the limit of what I'd say that I'd want to do.
Yeah, no need for like tutorial, just a resource in game to read, just so people are aware of what's going to happen. Right. I remember I was so excited when I saw like, the Kurgol modifier and the Ulaman. I was like, oh, what are these? What could they be? And then I thought, oh man, this is probably really costly if I end up using it without, investigating first. So this sometimes it can discourage people from experimenting and just lead to, okay, I'm going to list it on the trade marketplace and not touch it. So that's good to hear.
Right.
Now, I saw a little bit of confusion on the forums about the increased monster hit points and how ailment thresholds will scale with that. I saw some devs maybe saying, oh, well, those are two different stats in PoE 2. They don't correlate. Have you guys thought about how monsters are going to have higher health now and how that interacts with player ailments?
I don't know actually what happened with this. My assumption would be that the ailment threshold would not be affected. That's my assumption.
Okay.
But I don't actually know that for sure, so I'd have to actually ask someone to find out what happened with that. But I don't believe it is our intention to make ailments harder to apply, so I would imagine that we would just sort that out. Yeah, like that's not something that we would intentionally do, I would say.
Okay, that's good to hear. Good to hear. Okay, this is a question about bosses again. Now, in PoE 2, Pinnacle bosses are the only bosses that I know of that have drop tables. No other mob type has it in the game. Is this something you would look forward to adding to the campaign and specific bosses of zones, sort of like divination card drops in PoE 1, so people in solo self-found or in Trade League can target farm certain
That'd be
unique
cool.
items and the like? Or is this something you'd like to keep reserved for the Pinnacles?
I think it's really case by case, and I honestly don't have like an overall philosophy about this, other than
People
just to
start doing
say that, like,
Doriani
we do
runs.
want some like fixed rewards are really important to make different content actually be played. So you do need that. So that's like sort of the main reason why we do that. And other than that, I mean, the general drop pool is you want to keep that exciting as well. The divination card thing we will do eventually in PoE 2. Like we've already told people that will come at some point. We've already even given some people free divination cards in those boxes we did ages ago.
That was me.
We've done that already.
I got one of those.
So that'll happen. I don't have an exact. I'm not going to tell you yet how exactly those are going to be laid out, but yeah, part of the thing you're getting with the divination cards is the ability to target farm certain things. So there'll be an element of that for sure.
All right.
When they do come.
Excited to see that in game. I have two MTX questions for you. The first is related to all of these awesome microtransactions having specific effects attached to them. Map devices that track your time in the map, track the number of rares, magic mobs, common mobs in the map, and how they're attached to the actual cosmetic. Is there any way that grinding your games would be able to detach the effect from the cosmetic and let you use it? Because this is some people are saying, oh, I buy this, but I don't want to wear the cosmetic, or I don't want to use the cosmetic, or I want to mash them together. Is that something you guys are aware of and looking into?
Over time, we have been doing more of that, like with the tracking scroll stuff that we've been doing and so on. Like for like the sort of global character stats, we've been doing that kind of thing. But then in some cases we do just like part of the excitement and theme of the item is the thing that it does, right? So like. Look, it really is case by case, but like, I mean, yeah, sure, we do hear that, and we have been moving a bit more towards that with certain features, but other ones not. Like, and so with the map device thing, for example, like I think it's kind of important that the map device is part of the, the thing of that. Like, it's right in theme with it, and it's what makes it interesting, and so on. So, yeah, as I said, I wouldn't want us to get away completely from that, but we have been doing more of it in certain cases of splitting the functionality.
Shifting over to transmog, your developers dropped a big bomb on Reddit a few months ago about a transmog system that's in the works that will allow us to permanently unlock some skins. Do you have any update on that and how it works?
No update yet, but it will happen. It's just not done yet.
Okay. People are very excited for that, let me tell you. They love dressing up their characters in PoE. Okay, the interludes. They were introduced last league. They're here again this league. And they were a huge hit. I loved them. I loved how snappy they were. They told like really
take me to that big desert zone.
The action kept flowing. Now, I'm not asking about a campaign skip. I'm just saying with the reception of interludes, do you see a future in which you have the PoE 2 campaign 6 acts and then maybe you guys go back and you add a bunch of other interludes and you can run either the campaign or if you've already beaten the campaign, maybe you run a set of 9 or 12 interludes that are a little snappier. You don't have a lot of dialogue. It seems like a middle ground solution that I don't think I'd have ever thought of before. kind of interesting.
Well, it's not something that I'd really considered, so I guess I'll just put that in the list of things to think about. But yeah, it's not exactly something in my mind for sure.
Okay.
I mean, look, the thing we've said about the interludes is, yeah, like all that content was really made for Endgame. So that's when, you know, that we'll put like just extra Endgame maps and stuff like that. So we'll use it for that in the short term. But yeah, there's not like a huge amount of dialogue and all that sort of stuff, and that's the stuff that'll go away. And then, you know, I guess we could consider using it for some other purpose like that in the future.
Okay.
I guess I could imagine, and maybe imagine doing like a custom race or something like that. Or
Right.
I don't know. There'd be probably some way we could use the content and something like that, maybe.
Okay. We talked about this a little bit earlier with the Ignite on the Wyvern and Incinerate, changing up how Ignite works. A lot of people like the fantasy of hitting monsters really fast and applying lots of dots on them, as opposed to just the one big hit magnitude that you need to do in PoE 2 right now to apply a big dot. Is that a fantasy that you guys are going to keep working on implementing with Bleed, Ignite, or elements like that?
We'll probably do some adjustments, but I don't know, like there isn't like an immediately clear, obvious, like here's the change that's going to happen here. Like we're going to have to come up with something different. I think that it's pretty interesting what we've done with the Wyvern, Flame Breath and Incinerate. Like I think that can go some way, but I think it's kind of going to come down to individual skills, like what are different ways. I wouldn't want to change the system in general, because so in PoE 1 you could kind of do this, but like the specking was just kind of a few different random multiplicative scalars that didn't really make sense, and I kind of didn't love it. You need like a thematically sensible way for it to happen, that also can't be taken advantage of, and like in a negative way. So like it's kind of a little bit tricky. I do understand that like that is a fantasy, but yeah, like it's I think it's going to come down to individual skills and uniques and stuff like that to sort of enable that. Maybe even a keystone. Like there was some discussion of like a keystone to change Ignite into more of a different way to apply it, but we didn't quite work out exactly how that could work yet. But yeah, I don't think it's going to be like the core way it works. It'll be more just like unlocked by other mechanics, I would say.
Okay. You were talking about builds that you guys were designing for the Druid. You're going to release them in a few videos leading up to launch. For any patch in the past, was there a build that you guys discovered or thought about that maybe it's no longer viable, maybe it is, that you guys were really excited for, but nobody discovered it? Is there anything you can think of?
Don't know if I can really remember anything particularly. The players usually find much more stuff than what we find, quite frankly. There's just so many more of them, so it's kind of hard to hide things, I would say, as far as mechanics go, because yeah, people uncover them for sure. The much more likely scenario would be that there was something we thought was viable that ended up not being, but nothing comes to mind about that.
Oh, okay. I was going to ask, is there anything that you were like, oh man, this is going to be so busted, and then the players are like, wow, this is total crap.
They're going to make a video of
play this at all.
An endgame setup with Druid. Is that what he said?
Question about the future of PoE 2 and PoE 1. I know a few interviews ago you mentioned that you guys you're looking to hire some producers for the team to help with like the project management loads. Long term, you know, in an ideal world, are you looking at having grinding your games with a Path of Exile 1 team, a Path of Exile 2 team, and some people that work between the teams? Or do you really like the atmosphere that you've curated where people are, you know, working on PoE 1, working on PoE 2, they swap between them constantly every 2 months?
We have been splitting people up a little bit more, and that's mostly because like having to deliver something every 2 months is really quite hard.
Right.
Like just mentally in terms of people, you know, trying to work on this stuff. So like we've actually been doing that a little bit more. And I mean, look, eventually it'll be good if like, you know, most people can only have to worry about a release every 4 months rather than 2. So that would kind of be the goal. But yeah, you know, it requires like, you know, having 2 of everything, right? Like you have to have people that can do every single job but twice,
right?
Which isn't always necessarily easy. So yeah, we'll move towards that, but it's just going to take time.
Okay. With your Path of Exile 1 and Path of Exile 2 leagues, I've noticed, especially the past 2, I'd say Keepers of the Flame and Abyss, you guys have really gone in to adding more story flourishes, and this is something I kind of care about, like Aelith's story. I guess I won't spoil it for people who haven't played it yet, but Aelith and the whole Keepers of the Flame story was really interesting. Is that something your narrative team is really keen on like evolving as each patch comes out? Now we have interactive dialogue, we have these cool Easter eggs and all that. Is that something that they're like They have more bandwidth to
So-
do now, or
We've hired a lot more narrative people recently. Like the team's much bigger, so that's why that's sort of starting to happen.
Oh, really?
In fact, we just had another one start on Monday. Yeah, like the team's expanding in that regard, and yeah, that's why we're now able to do a lot of the stuff that we previously just weren't really able to do. So yeah, it's definitely something that we've improved a lot.
Okay. Yeah, I really appreciate those extra little touches too. So as a lore enjoyer myself. Okay, I have a bunch of rapid fire questions for you, Jonathan. I maybe they'll inspire some discussion, but they might be simple as well. And then I have one thing to close out everything with. Okay. So first, we were planned to get a pathing import for the passive skill tree in PoE 2. Is there any status on that? Is that still coming?
I don't know the status for it, but it still is planned.
Okay.
So I still want to get that.
Okay. How about sprint? Okay, I think after a few days of clunkiness, I love it. Okay, but I was very frustrated and I was dying a lot those first few days. Is there any opportunity to add a specific keybind for sprint where it does your roll into the sprint, but it's just not on your dodge key? Is that something that could happen?
So I hadn't heard anyone ask for that specific thing about like still doing the roll.
Yeah, like a separate.
So what
keybind
are you
entirely.
suggesting that when you press it, it would continue sprinting even if you weren't holding it, or are you saying just so that you don't have the ability, like so you don't have the potential for accidentally running?
That's it, because some people
Right,
have
okay.
really fat fingers. And
Right.
they mean to dodge, they go into the sprint, and bam, they get stunned out of it.
Right.
So,
I guess we could do that. Like we could have it
Make
so
the
that you can,
timer
like,
more
separate
forgiving.
The two.
No extra keybind, just make it make it
but
more
they're by
forgiving,
default
please.
Combined. I suppose that would be an option.
Okay.
I'll ask about that. That might be something we can do.
okay, yeah, that'd be great for people with fat fingers like myself. All right, this one I know has been done to death as well, but I think it would help a lot of new players. Death recap, even a simple one. Is that something you guys want to add?
I mean,
eventually?
at some point probably, but
Okay.
Unfortunately, not really on the cards in the near future.
Okay. So for map modifiers and for items,
Yo, thanks, folks.
is there the possibility to add in color coding for prefixes and suffixes and certain modifiers in PoE 2?
I'd actually prefer not, because I don't like items to turn into a rainbow. Like I think it really hurts how they look. So it's just one of those things that I don't really love.
Like a hotkey?
Yeah, so I'm
Like
not a fan of it personally.
Not a fan of it. How about map modifiers? Like being able to highlight certain map modifiers, or is that
I suppose it's similar where it just
Similar
like
'cause
turns
it's an
into a bit of
item?
a rainbow in the end, which is I'm not
Okay.
a huge fan of.
okay? All right, for all my acolyte of Chayula lovers out there, all 1% of them, are you planning on adding like chaos attacks to the quarterstaff?
Are they even
anytime
at
soon
1% play rate?
to maybe build out the
I don't have a specific thing. They're probably one of the major things we need to do is just work and rework chaos generally. Like I would say that it needs like some kind of ailment or something.
Oh, they
Like, we
are.
need something for it to do.
Yo, what
more
the
than it's doing.
hell?
So yeah, like we need to do a full chaos rework. Really, I would
They need
say.
to nerf him more.
Okay. Performance improvements for opening the Atlas. I know you mentioned this. Are we still going to get the black screen when we open the Atlas right now?
That probably, I need to check on that. I haven't like looked at that specific thing personally. Yeah, like the reason why it does that is because it's loading shaders in the background, and so there isn't a huge amount we can do about that because we're kind of at the whim of the display driver. One thing I will just say generally is if you have problems with black screens in general, deleting a shader cache can improve it potentially if you've got a full shader cache. So just like do that from time to time, or reinstall your graphics driver as well. That could help. But yeah, if you get a really long scene there, it can be because of that. But yeah, like unfortunately, it's just shaders need to load. But you also don't want to load them before you open the Atlas because that would just be wasting your memory. So
Right.
Yeah, that's the reason why it's like that.
Okay, so clean your keyboard, clean your monitor, and clear your shader cache before Friday, guys. That's what you want to do.
Yeah.
Okay, the slash passives command we have in PoE 1 that shows us which passives we missed. Possibility of getting that in PoE 2 so we can see it all in one place instead of like scrolling over all the map icons.
I think a better solution to that would be to integrate it somehow into the world screen because like that's kind of what's showing you like. So for example, like maybe there should be like a pop down thing that says like 0 out of 3 passive things done or something like something like that. Like there'd be some way to integrate it there probably that I think I'd prefer to just a chat command.
I like that.
And that would probably be the way to do that, I reckon.
Yeah, I like that. All right, this one, you know, people going crazy asking about it. I don't think it's ever going to happen. Auto sort inventory, Jonathan. What is your philosophy on this? Is that ever going to happen?
Well, I mean, if I ever do that, then Chris will come rolling out of his grave to kill me. So, you know, I've got to bear that in mind as a downside.
He's got a standing threat
It's
from
the whole
Chris.
item weight thing, right? Yeah, it's the whole item weight thing. It's very, it's one of those things of like, you know, it goes down the road of like items not even mattering and like you never actually see them, you never interact with them, like that kind of stuff, right? That's the concern, and it always has been about that stuff. So I mean, even the stuff we do have around like item affinities and so on made Chris pretty uneasy. But that was still really important. That was one that I actually came up with as like a way to sort of make it so that you still interact with stuff, but you still have some level of automation with regard to the stash. But you know, like that kind of thing, you know, has been good. But the auto sort I think might be a little bit of a bridge too far. But you know, like maybe
Careful,
there could be a
Jonathan,
world, as I
careful.
said, like the proponents against that, and you know, like not necessarily as loud as they were before. So I suppose maybe, but yeah, I'm not a fan personally.
I mean, how fast did the call come from Chris when async trade was implemented into the game?
Well, he certainly was concerned about it. I'll tell you that. He was certainly very concerned about it. But I managed to sell him in the end. I sold him in the end, and then he was on board. So,
okay,
yeah.
well, that's good to hear. I'm glad you guys are on good terms with that. Okay, now this one. This one right here. Okay, profanity filter on console. Apparently, there's no profanity filter. Is that something you guys could implement on console? Yeah, I don't know if that's you or Sony.
Radar.
Maybe
it wasn't on my radar at all. Is there normally an option in the game for that?
I don't know. I get profanity filter.
I'm like completely. I actually know nothing about this whatsoever. I'm like just zero understanding of the situation with this.
I don't know. People they don't like seeing swear words. I guess they're like me.
Sure. I mean, it was not even a thing anyone's ever mentioned to me before.
Okay. Shapeshift MTX when? Why was there not a Druid supporter pack, Jonathan? What is this? Come on.
Well, there are going to be some MTX for Druid.
For sure, there's going to be
in the packs, so therefore you didn't announce them.
Cool.
That's because you know the packs that we sell like that, they generally we try not to make them specific to a class, right? Because those are the kind of like the real money, like things that get you the points. So the stuff you spend the points on, those are the ones that are going to be specific to classes, and therefore that's where all the like.
We're going to get a bear MTX, baby.
In fact, I think that like there are like all the skills have something for the Druid like right off the bat this time. There's something I don't
skill
think
MTX is right off the bat.
A bear form MTX. Is there like a
unfortunately not really my department, so I'm not going to do that. But yeah, there's some there's some stuff there.
Okay, two more quick questions, Jonathan. One. I don't know if you're aware of this. I hope I'm not getting you in trouble or anyone in GGG in trouble. There was a Twitch drop where somebody was adjusting their glasses, the Exile's treasurer decoration. It was really interesting. It stood out to me. How did you feel about GGG immortalizing you in game?
I wasn't made aware of that one before it happened, so you know, whatever. It's just whatever.
It's good. It's really good. Okay.
Right. Okay.
It is right next to my stash. I have it there. He talks about how poor I am. Unfortunately, I'm not bringing enough gold in, but it's a good MTX. I noticed it immediately. It's a good little Easter egg. Okay. To close us out, obviously you guys are revisiting Atziri in this expansion. First out, was it kind of exciting or nostalgic to go back to Atziri because she was like the very first expansion to Pee-wee 1, Sacrifice of the Val, and that was the first big endgame boss? How did that feel on your end?
For sure. I mean, people have a lot of love for Atziri, so there was also this whole, like, you know, everyone was very keen to make sure we get it right in terms of how she looks and everything. Like, a bunch of people came out of the woodwork to have to have opinions about that. So there was a lot of that. There was a lot of that stuff going on with like the trailer and everything as well. So yeah, that was a big one for sure. So yeah, I think it turned out very well, and we've got like a pretty awesome version of Atziri for the that kind of like lives up to what we were what people had in their imagination, I suppose, from the previous version of what they were seeing. So that's been a lot of fun for sure.
Now, it was very exciting to see. Everything was framed very well in the trailers. People were quite excited. Now, I have a lore question for you. Doriani says Atziri communes with the beast. Unofficial interpretation from Jonathan. What does that mean, communing with the beast?
Well, I guess you'll have to wait to see the beast and its area in the game to find out. But yeah, you'll see. I suppose is the answer to that. Play the game on the 12th, and then you'll find out the answer to that
I
question.
don't know
All
if I
right, there we
signed
go.
up for
That's
this.
why you hired all the narrative designers to get this Atziri storyline in the game. I see.
Sure.
Okay, well, Jonathan, this was a pleasure as always. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your day to sit down, take questions from the community, explain your thoughts. It's always great. Really appreciate it, man.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
Okay, well, you have what, 4 more days until the launch? I wish you well.
For sure.
I hope everything goes great. I hope it's I hope there's not as many bugs as people expect in the league.
I'm sure
launch.
there can be some, but yeah, hopefully we should be right.
Yeah, server's not on fire.
Still,
Everything good. It's
still
the
gonna...
Christmas patch. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
New player
so.
peak. We'll see. So,
All right.
okay.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
All right. Thanks, Jonathan. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, guys.
You're right on. Solid interview. So a few people in chat being like, I hate this Try guy, etc. You guys have to understand, Talking to Try literally is pulling a bunch of questions from like Reddit and chat and just questions people give him. It's not like this list of questions is just stuff he wanted to ask. He'll probably mix in a few of things like that he's interested in, right? But it is largely, community farmed questions. Lance interview win? Probably. For me to get interviewed, I'd probably have to actually know who the hell to message in GGG and playing stuff out and stuff like that. It's about his face and his attitude. Okay, you can hate him for whatever reason you want to hate him for, but I don't know. I think it's you guys take some real extreme approaches towards somebody being like remotely positive about stuff. Are you going cat or vampire, Druid? Cat or vampire? Are those even options? There's been a patch you need to update. Say what now? I need to update? The Checkspers got screwed. Oh yeah, I wanted to look at the updated patch notes. I looked a little bit at a couple, like specifically Connor last night was talking about Indigon and his plan getting nuked. But I think I saw Crossbow Lich was near the Indigon patch. That they took out the Lich projectile sacrifice. Connor is not very happy. No, Connor is not very happy. The thing about the Indigon is I unironically believe the Indigon change was because no one's using Indigon currently. I don't think that change had anything to do with Connor showcasing like a one shot of a boss. I think that was literally they're like looking at things to change and they see Indigon with 50 players playing it at a 0% play rate. And they're like, oh, maybe it's too expensive mana cost ramp. We have to tone that down, and then we'll match the damage with that change, and maybe people will be able to play with it. I don't think they changed it in like an attempt to nerf it. I think it was their attempt to make it more usable. I genuinely believe that was the motivator between the changes because no one was playing it, not because too many people were playing it and they wanted to nerf it. The Expo went from having 1 use to 0 uses. Last Lament? Isn't Last Lament still like a really good crossbow? So 70% of the players of Last Lament are you doing the Lich, right? But 30% of the play rate of this item is not using Lich. Indigon was broken on Incinerate. The change to make it more usable with other skills, Bopes. Yeah, that's the thought process. Is it was unusable for pretty much most skills, and then they're trying to make it more usable for other skills. What was the interaction with Incinerate specifically? Did you just like get around the mana spend type of thing somehow? It's still good even with the nerf. Yeah, last lament is still a quite strong item, I think. So it was these changes, right? Well, I don't think I've seen any of this stuff. Maybe I have. I don't know. We'll take a quick look at the more recent patch notes. But before we do that I kind of have to pee, guys. Give me 1 second, okay? I've been drinking a lot of water, and it's gone through the system, okay? I will BRB. Incinerate has no mana cost, so it's easy to abuse the super high scaling. Oh, really? So it's just a straight up free skill. I'm following. Yeah, I didn't even see what Connor did for his setup or anything. I literally, yesterday, I just was getting back kind of late after we did a lot of stuff with family. And then I was like, I'll check out Connor's stream. And I just see him just malding about an Indigon. I was like, what the hell happened to Indigon? They didn't nerf Indigon. Apparently there was like a patch that had just occurred or something. I'd been gone the whole day, so I wasn't looking at I didn't know when the update to the patch notes came in or whatever. All right, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Cheese break. I'm gonna refill my water too. I will be right back. Give me 1 moment. Okay. Water acquired. I hear a snack. I might have grabbed like one bite of something. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, okay? Just one little something, okay? Completely reasonable consumption. Okay, let's take a little look at the new patch notes we got last night. Parrying. You now hit all the enemies in the area in front of you in addition to the enemy who instigated the parry. Parry is now better. Sprinting no longer prevents heavy stun build-up decay. I didn't even know that was a thing. What's the next stall angle? I'm not, for the record, I know what you guys are thinking. You're thinking this guy will do anything in order to not actually practice Act 1. And that's just not true, okay? There were very relevant things that occurred, okay? Rutu wanted to get in a call. You know, we had to help encourage him in his gardening plans. Then there was the interview with Jonathan. You can't skip an interview with Jonathan, right? And these patch notes, they came out of nowhere. We definitely have to look at these for sure. I do not and am definitely not afraid of Act 1 practice in any way, shape, or form. Okay? I mean, literally, like if I had the free time to do it, you know, I would do 12 hours straight of Act 1, you know, without any drain on my stamina, okay? I simply am just adjusting to the events of the day as they come up. Count Geonor was easy last time. What? We did it first try last time, did we not? I'm pretty sure we did. We like freaking played it perfectly. All right, so add some additional parry-related passives. No, no more parry passives. Made changes to some existing parry. Okay, I don't know what the hell's going on with parry. I don't know. I don't know if anyone's a believer in like parry or like any of like the active mechanics, but I just don't think they mesh with an ARPG like at all really well. But I don't know, maybe somebody out there is enjoying parry. I know speedrunners are using parry in like the team speedrun events. I definitely saw people doing it for the bonus. 50% more damage. Yeah, I know people are doing it, but I don't know. I'm not a parry believer. Falcon Dive has attack speed per 400 accuracy up to 20%. The node now grants 4% attack speed as well. So you get 24 attack speed. And this was previously per 200, right? No, it's per 250. So you need 8,000 accuracy to get 24 attack speed from this node. How much accuracy were people getting up to? That's pretty brutal for attack speed scaling for the accuracy enjoyers. People were getting to 80,000. 80,000. I don't know. Were they actually? People were getting to 80,000. That's crazy. AK is a lot. I feel like AK is a lot. Obviously, you start investing into a lot of the accuracy scaling stuff. You start getting, I guess, apparently, if 80K is a real number. I don't know. I didn't play accuracy stack, but that's still, rest in peace to accuracy stackers. 3K is the break point for old versus new, from what I heard. Oh, just to make up for the, yeah, I mean, the biggest thing that this is killing is it's killing it as you can invest into this and get more and more returns out of heavier and heavier investment, right? That's the situation. So rest in peace, accuracy enjoyers. Disabled Great Wood. Great Wood 1 is now a lineage support. I don't even know what those do. Ambrosia. Mana Flask. Maximum charges. Granting 1% as extra lightning per consumed. Is Ambrosia 1 consumes 14% of your maximum magic, granting 2% damage as extra per charge consumed. Previously 20%. I don't know what the hell's going on with this. I get gain damage from consuming mana flash charges. Okay. Greatwood is one of the totem supports. Well, I guess it's gone now. This reads to me like it's like it adds tank to your totem type of thing. Ambrosia was great damage. Okay. And now there's a higher level of it. It's just a nerf to it. I don't freaking know. I don't think I ever used the Ambrosia stuff. It's basically just a monk nerf. Okay, fair enough. I guess I don't. Freaking... I start reading something like it cares about mana flask, and that's where I start losing interest. It cares about like same. I felt the same way about what was it? The blood mage node. Where is it? There's a blood mage node. Yeah, this one. It has gain fizz based on consuming life flash charges, and I was like, I don't want to freaking deal with this. You saw they deleted the homogeneous omen? I did. I think you could still make some pretty decent items, but your min-max items are way, way harder to do. It was made to make the mana flash useful if you didn't use it. Yeah, that makes sense. You eat up the charges to get some gain damage. Fair enough. Dusk Vigil Staff now provides 120 damage. Existing items can be updated. All right. If I look up Dusk Vigil right now, is this item going to have levels? Okay, I guess not. And now also gives gain damage. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna. If a unique item doesn't have levels, it has to have such insane stats to be like a considerable option. I'm gonna miss them, Howiedy. I'm gonna miss them too. I kind of understand them removing it. Like they had to do something because they were just such targeted power, but I guess we'll see if they add some of that back in other ways or give us some other crafting currency in the future. 8120 cold damage. Existing items will not have this mod. Okay, so Tarn's Shiver. Do you have gem levels? And he's frozen, take increased damage. Uh-huh. I mean, I guess it can be a really low level item for like leveling, I guess. Provides frozen, take 100%, previously 50, and 30% increase freeze build up, previously 100. Level 0 item. Yeah, some of these things will work as like leveling items. That's true. That's very, very true. I think a lot of this stuff though, if you don't ignite spread to others, does it still have a delay? 1 second. Is 1 second delay the point where this becomes okay? The delay has to be shorter than 1 second, right? I'll spoil, none of them have levels. Oh, that's pretty brutal. The +9 Whispering Ice is gonna be good. Yeah, I guess Whispering Ice does have plus levels, but then you're holding Whispering Ice. Has to be less than a second. Yeah, I just don't know about Prolif without a very short duration in it feeling decent. Does Poison have a delay on the Prolif? Like the Herald of Plague, for example? Does this have a built-in delay? Does Poison have to freaking wait for the enemies? Spreads the most damaging poison on the enemy you kill. So it doesn't have a delay at all. What the hell? How can this exist and then Ignite has to like freaking what? It doesn't have to wait at all, it just gets the insta Prolif? Or is it 2 seconds early on? I think it's just gonna eventually it'll get insta Prolif. Ignite just gets to be an ailment people don't want to play until it does. It's kind of weird. Anvil has crazy max block. Existing items can be upgraded. Are people gonna put this on Savalan? Are the Savalan believers gonna renew their cult vows to use the shield in PoE 2? And they're gonna put on this amulet for max block? Because you got 50 base block, you put on this amulet, it gives you 12 if you get a corruption. It also has reduced movement speed. Shut the front door. It comes with a reduced movement speed. What the hell is the item called? The anvil. Okay, the anvil. 10% and skill speed. No. No, 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 no. I'm gonna make fun of Svalin players even more if they start putting this on. I'm gonna make fun of Svalin. I will become. If you're a Svalin enjoyer, you're gonna think I'm unbearable with how much I'm making fun of your build. You guys start putting that amulet on to start justifying your shield choice. That's a brutal situation. Seeing stars drops marching base. Okay. Flat damage is better on whatever the hell that is. Okay, actually, I'm kind of curious now. What is Seeing Stars? Seeing Stars is... a scepter. Energy generation is double. No, it's not a scepter. It's a mace. Oh, it's just awkward. It's a one-handed mace. That's just a really awkward situation. You can be bearable. That's true. I am going to be very bare. True. Dream Fragments got buffed. Yo, congrats to the Dream Fragments. It's almost back to its original value because now it can be quality to 18, corrupted. You could probably get this thing up to what, like 22, 20, 21, 23, or 20-ish. They confirm the talisman isn't getting added to Giant's Blood. Yeah, but you know what? I will take the scepter. You guys, like, okay, in one sense, yeah, we're not getting Giant's Blood talisman, but the thing they proposed, that was probably the biggest info drop of the whole thing, was the keystone that's going to let you put a scepter on your freaking talisman character. Like, that's freaking nice. Gloom Scepter, yeah, there's a lot of very powerful scepters that have inbuilt bonuses, or just like the auras that come with them. Which class are you gonna start? We're gonna start Druid. We're gonna go Shaman. No, that's actually like really sick. We used, for example, just like some little random scepter facts. What keystone? They said they're adding a keystone that'll allow you to put on a scepter onto it with a talisman build.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lance.
Yo, user error.
Yesterday I went to Culver's and saw they are offering chicken club sandwiches. I didn't want to be disappointed, so I also bought a double deluxe cheeseburger. Overall, the chicken sandwich wasn't bad, kinda mid, rather have Popeye's TBH. Here's a cross-section of the sandwich.
Thank you for the comparison shot.
Today's snack though is fancy, more to come.
You're right on. User error, if you go to Culver's, I ate Culver's like once in the last year, and I don't know, they had some like pub burger thing. That was pretty good. That's what I had the last time I've been to Culver's. The one time I've been to Culver's in like 5 years. The downside, they said 50% reduced or less spirit. Yeah. They were saying something like that. But the upside is like you literally end up gaining net spirit is what ends up happening. Well, okay. Yes and no. Technically, if you were a character that was going to get a bunch of spirit elsewhere, like let's say on your chest and corrupted on your helmet and some other sources, then it might end up being technically still a net loss of spirit. But there's opportunity cost. Like that's a lot of gear affixes if you're going to invest into that. And scepters can get up to like 200 spirit on them at the top end. More of mid end, they can get 100 to 150, stuff like that. So it's a spirit gain. On top of... you get these auras built into your character. Like I get the benefit of like the cold res. I also benefit from less ignite duration, mana regen, less shock duration, spell damage. Like you can put extra like support things on this and you get those reservations. They don't like cost you spirit. Hold on. There's artifact clusters. Sorry, yeah, sorry, I was muted. My wife calls me. Yeah, but anyways, I was saying that you get built-in free reservation stuff with the spirit, with the scepter, and on top of that, you get sockets, right? Like this scepter has 2 sockets in it, which makes the bonded socketables better for the shaman class, because not only will you have the sockets from your talisman, you'll have the sockets from the scepter too, which maybe could be some good stuff in there. That ascendancy point, I think, is has some potential, some pretty nice potential stuff. Although, well, I guess we'll see about that. I guess the bonded modifiers, they mentioned wand or staff and martial weapons, which I guess wouldn't include scepter. So maybe it won't include scepter, but we'll see. Can you hear him, chat? Hopefully you guys can hear me. Why'd you move to Mobalytics? They made me a better offer than Max Rule. Sad that Shaman have only buff for weapon runs. Buff for weapon runs. What do you mean by that? Oh, for the weapon runes. I think it's to balance them, because they would be absolutely ridiculous otherwise. Like that ascendancy point would be like instantly like the best one in the game if it affected all the runes. All right, where were we? Tree Fingers now has 15 to 20 strength. The existing items now can have this. Ghost March got some movement speed. Grey Make now drops with 4 augment sockets. What the hell is Grey Make? Did it have that before? So now you just always get 4 sockets in it. That's kind of cool. -1 for level. Yeah, it's a really nice leveling item for sure. That's cool. Get that level 5 with 4 sockets in that. Hell yeah. That's I like to see that. Nice buffs to leveling items. I'm down. They offered him cheesecake and he couldn't refuse. It is what it is, man. Power Tread. Existing items can be updated. Some more movement speed on Power Tread. Bringer of Rain now drops with 4 sockets. What does Bringer of Rain give? Bringer of Rain. You can wield 2-hand maces, swords in 1 hand. You get crit chance. You get some flat life regen. Okay, now it has 4 sockets. Okay, interesting. Your video about crafting with the boots example. If I don't like the final result, my only option is annul everything and restart Chaos Exalted. No. If you get to the final, like there, okay, in PoE 1, there's always a situation where you can say, you know what, I'm gonna scour and I'm gonna start over. PoE 2, that's not really a thing. PoE 2, you get to the end. Your crafting options to start over from that point are get a new base. You say this hit some okay mods. I can resell this for this amount of currency based on the current trade economy. The boot setup where I take those multiple chances at removing the desecrated mod. If you remove that desecrated mod on one of those steps, all of a sudden you're pretty much guaranteed to have 3 good suffixes if you successfully remove the desecrated mod once in one of those steps. So the thought process is it gives you like, I don't know what the actual numbers roll out, because you get a 30% chance and you get a 50% chance. So maybe that ends up being like 65% chance on average to get the good 3 suffixes plus 2 good prefixes type of thing. Scours go again. Yeah, you can't scour, you can't go back. And trying to do like chaos orb spam on an item is just not a viable crafting option. It just is not real in this game. So you just sell with what you get and you get a new base.
Monk, I need a monk.
Yo, user error with the blue cheese
Before anyone
crackers.
assumes this is blue cheese, let me confirm, this is not mold. In fact, it is black truffle infused sheep cheese. And is it pricey? Decided to go with a fancy palm cracker, pepper jam, Cabot's seriously sharp white cheddar, smoked beef salami, and crumbles of the black truffle sheep cheese. This is like the most premium cheese snacks on the stream. Very complex and long flavors, definitely one Lance worthy. Sponsored by Lance Cheese Supply.
No, I did not sponsor this. My cheese supplier. I don't have a cheese supplier. Okay. That being said, I would eat that. Cracker, cheese, plus salami. Yeah, I'd be down. I would. I'm not going to deny that. User, get some plates. He did a couple pictures with real plates, guys. He does have real plates. I think he might even had a picture with like a square fancy plate, okay? You know what he doesn't like to do is dishes. Hence, paper plate is goated for not having to do dishes. You can respect the thought process a little bit. Hires Irie now has way more evasion. Okay, congrats to the Hires Ire. Wrathpith Globe now has non-channeling. Oh, yeah. Oh, Wrathpith. You know, I thought it was going to get away with the 10%. I thought that, hey, the spell crit, that ain't too bad. Nope. Nope, they're hitting the spell damage too. That's actually like straight up, I gotta be honest. You are kind of pushing into the realm of actually you very rarely use this shield. I guess we'll have to see what they did to focuses. They said they were nerfing the amount of percent focus damage you could get, right? But like, if you can still get like 180 focus damage plus 2, you start needing like 8,000 plus life for Wrathpith to be a better DPS option. The top 2 tiers are gone, is what they said. Okay, top 2 tiers. What is that in terms of? They're probably around like 80% damage then, I would imagine. Focus. You get up to... Yeah, so 89, 90. So you're talking 180 damage plus 2, right? Unless they might have nerfed the plus levels. That I don't remember if they're nerfing the plus levels or not. You get plus 2, no more plus 3 essence. Yeah, plus 3 essence was ridiculous. Yeah, but plus 2, 180 damage is... It's at the point where you need like 7k life. You need like 7k life for Wrathpith to compete with just a rare focus. So Wrathpith is in a real rough state in terms of a DPS option. The Vertex no longer has equipment, and skill gems have reduced attribute requirement and now generates with equipment has 100% reduced attribute requirement, or skill gems have 100% reduced attribute requirements. It also has no attribute requirement. These changes do not affect the existing item. What does Vertex normally have? Some crit chance. Okay. And then it either makes your items or skills easily equipped. You just read the Vertex? Yeah, well, they have 2 different freaking lines that are the same, pretty similar things. And it's a Val item. Yeah, well, I guess we'll have to see how that turns out. I mean, I don't feel like attribute requirements are too bad now, since they nerfed the amount of attributes you need for things. Back when you needed like 200 plus of a specific stat for just a level 20 gem, this would feel maybe nicer, but attribute requirements really aren't as bad as they used to be. That might be pretty useful with Pathfinder. Yeah, if you want to get rid of all your attributes for like global defense or mana cost efficiency or whatever. Indigon, rest in peace, Connor. Yeah, so it does 10 to 15 spell damage. It only gives you a ramping cost of 5 per 200 spent. Rest in peace, Connor. Although this is way more usable. Like if you had a 5-15 roll, and this could go down to like 4-18. Becomes a lot more usable. Well, I guess you might want still some ramp on it so you can effectively activate your cost decently. Might make me consider using it on normal casters. Yeah, it's a decent amount of percent. Does Indigon also come with like a decent amount of flat ES? Yeah, it comes with 120 mana and 168 ES. So for an Archmage character, this is actually like a really nice item for an Archmage build now. Yeah, you go Archmage. Yeah, you can make your base cost pretty high. But then if the ramping cost isn't so brutal, then it's more usable. Connor has been neo-dodging nerfs in PoE 1 for a long time. Are you saying he's deserved just these hits that have been coming his way in PoE 2? The last Lament unique crossbow now prevents the final loaded bolt from being consumed. The character actually sacrifices. Rest in peace, crossbow witch. I prefer 2852. T-Just, if I look up PoE Ninja builds right now, am I going to find you as one of the 50 players that was using the Indigon? Are you one of the guys that was playing Indigon? If I go check right now and I see and I type in Indigon, are you one of the people actually using the item? Nope. So let me get this straight. You prefer it being the way it was before when no one was using it. Granted, you're talking about like a giga max roll corruption too, right? Like some super low roll on the spell cost and high roll on the spell dam. I've played LA. I don't think as an LA player you should have much item changes. Is this new? This isn't new, right? This was here before. Did they add the Regal one? Did they decide, you know what, let's kill the Regal one too? Is that what this is?
Monk.
I need a monk. Here's proof that I have plates.
Plates. Triple cheese pizza rolls with fourth cheese.
User error. The image. It's not working. The image isn't working. We need a new image. It broke. Yeah. User error. If you're gonna defend your plate claims, yeah, you need to relink an image. That means there's no plates. Yeah, that maybe is what that means. Still playlist. They forgot to put in the notes before. Oh, this wasn't in the notes before? I thought it was, or at least they mentioned removing it, right? Quarterstaffs have lost some base damage. Okay. And then I think notes like this are just so like 55 to 91 changed to 55 or was 55 to 92. Like this stuff is always like, it feels weird looking at this because like realistically this doesn't really change anything. So it just feels weird to read these sorts of notes. Today I learned user error is a liar. He's not a liar, guys. His Imgur just broke. Okay, he's gonna link the new picture. Okay, soon TM. It changes a lot, does it? Oh, that. Some of these staves now have higher block chance. Hefty Quarterstaff now has slower attack speed and then slightly higher damage. It has a daze implicit. Okay. I found it. See, guys, he has a plate. You could tell he clearly has a plate. He has no intention of using it. But he does have a plate confirmed. The one on the bottom looks like a paper plate. Yeah, the one on the bottom is a paper plate, guys. It's because he doesn't wait. It's simple. He doesn't want to do the dishes. You have to be able to respect the thought process of not wanting to do the dishes. Yeah, that sometimes you just want to like make some food, eat it, and not do the dishes afterwards. He borrowed his neighbor's plate. That's why it took so long. I don't know about that. Bo now has much higher fizz and lower chaos. Okay, sure. Bo, fizz, dual string, surpassing chance instead of +1 arrow. Please tell me the surpass. They're coping about the bow players are coping about the surpassing clusters being like good. Please let them be like 4 passive points for the entire cluster, and you only get like 25% surpassing chance from it or something like that. Like it's like 8%, 8%, 8%, 8%, something like that. Like, we'll make it so they have to grab both clusters for like 8 passive points to get 50% chance for 1 additional arrow. Please let the bow players suffer. And comes with minus movement speed. Now we're talking. Give them a node that says 50% surpassing chance, but it comes with 15% reduced movement speed. Yeah, I like what you guys are thinking. Now we're talking. Add a stash tab affinity for abyss items. Cool. Bug fix. You couldn't pick up or interact with items that were mounted on the row. No, you don't need to fix that bug. You can leave that bug in there. Fix an instance which you'd gain the benefits of row mount while you're dismounted. Okay, that's a good fix. Fix the bug where Ambrosia and Karhawk granting their full benefits. Only a portion of their blah, 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 blah. Sure. Row is dead anyways. I see a lot of people. You guys were giving me a lot of crap yesterday because you're saying that Roa was like insane and it's the only way to play and stuff like that. I genuinely don't think the Roa is gonna be that dominant late game when you start comparing to like builds that can do 100% MS with sprint with the fact that you can't go 3 MS runes. I genuinely think people are going to start to feel the hit to their movement speed when they click Roa and they don't have the ability to sprint. You'll be wrong? Well, we'll see. We'll freaking see. I mean, I just think people that are going to click Roa are going to be moving at literally half the speed. Because they can't freaking sprint. Queen of the Forest now increases movement speed by 25 per 1% per 600 up to a maximum of 75%. Other modifiers, speed except for sprinting, do not apply. Previously, did not have the constant 25%. Was an uncapped blah, 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 blah. The per evasion rating value, which value will not be changed. I don't even know what I just read. Okay. Queen of the Forest is getting changed. Not that many people were using 2 or 3 movement speed runes. Not that many. You're telling me if I go and check any halfway well-geared person, they're going to be using not movement speed runes on their boots? It was standard for all endgame builds, pretty much. That's like, I'm pretty sure pretty much everybody that could use them was using them. By that many, you meant he's a pro boy. Like those, like the not using the 10 MS runes is crazy. So they're changing some spear flat values. Fair enough. All right. They use a crazy amount for the average player. Anybody who was like playing a decent amount was making currency was buying those as an upgrade for the character. And they didn't start it at 30D. They started out at like freaking 3 divines. Can we stop with the whole argument based on like how much something cost 2 months into a dead league as like some barrier of entry? That's wild. All right. That 3D cost didn't last long. Getting Garber with a shaker station. All right, sounds good. I'll take that. It's a freaking, it's a scaling cost, right? Over the you could pick any point of the league or whatever. The point is it's a bad faith freaking argument to be like, oh, they were 30D. They weren't 30D for the vast majority of the time people were even playing the game. I played, I think, a month into the league, and at the very end of my playtime, they were at about 12, 13, 14 divines. Let me see. What was Feral Rune of the Chase? And just because they're expensive doesn't mean they're like doesn't mean they weren't the ideal option for people to use, right? Is this even the full? The hell's going on here? When did Abyss even start? Is it actually starting in September? They definitely weren't 13 divines at the start. So just not actually have the full range. Either way, point is, if you had the ability to choose what rune you wanted, regardless of the cost, this was the rune you were putting in boots 9 times out of 10. The only exceptions, I think, to that rule is you're a lich and you can put in the 10% movement speed rune because you got low life. Or, again, you were the lich and it was getting you your last little bit of reduced movement speed penalty, which I think this is still better because although you knock off some of the penalty, if you had increased movement speed, that would make up for the difference and you would just be faster when you're not shooting. They messed up the charts to not have the full range. Okay, so this is just botched then. Yeah, but like, regardless, them putting a 1 rune limit on this thing means other runes get more value. The low life rune from Lich gets more value. The sprint rune gets more value. And it's just one of the sources that is cutting down on some of your base increases to movement speed. Just between the rune change and the Roa movement speed change, you're talking about 35 MS that Roa's had last patch that they don't have between the 2 runes they're losing and the Roa 15 MS. And you start cutting down at that base movement speed, I don't know. I think you're going to start getting to the point where you're going to wish you had the ability to click the sprint button for that boost of movement speed. Because if your baseline starts getting slower and slower and slower, you're going to feel that. I think it'll be interesting to see, though. I don't have faith in the Roa. I'm a Roa hater. All right, continuing our run. Where were we? 2 minutes and 9 seconds into the run when we got distracted. we got a little bit distracted. Oh, I need to swap the controller. Small diversion. How long has the stream even been going? Four hours and 3 minutes? That's not too much, man. That's not too much. The hell am I getting DMs for? Wait. I can just turn off DMs entirely in PoE2, right? This is where we got the DM removal tech. You almost ignored me. That would have been toxic, Nier. I almost did, and I can explain why. Okay, listen. I don't have the option to turn off my whispers on controller because I can't freaking go and like hide the category or whatever. And so like, you know, I was panicking for like a little bit of a defensive option against getting PM'd in game. But then I remembered I just need to swap to mouse and keyboard to fix it. All right, guys, we'll do a fresh run. We'll do a fresh run because let's be honest, this run is tainted by the amount of time that went by between when we started the run and when we were supposed to be doing it. Also, let's not forget that I don't think I've walked yet today. I think I forgot to. So we'll do a walking run. Let me break out my break out the shoes. Break out the walking shoes. Padding the slash played stats? What are you talking about? I'm not padding any stats. Second fresh run of the day? What are you talking? This is the first run, guys. This will be the first run. Do we test out? People were talking about farming gold via resetting the checkpoint for the gem. Is that a real thing? Is that legitimate, or is that just time waste? Am I just gonna be sitting there resetting and just losing time? Each gem is 29 gold, but how long does the reset for it take? And Gormus has a run where he does it? Wait, really? You got a link? Does he actually like use it as a legitimate strategy, or is he just like memeing? Because like it prevents the situation where you have like some really good vendor items that you just have to watch disappear as you become too high level. Can I skip Devour entirely? Yeah. Devour's like a support gem or something. You need to pick it up 13 times to be safe? No. 13 times? First run of day, Lance. Oh, I gotta pull her on the treadmill. If you're an NA, it's worth. You need the faster resets. Are you still considering CI? Absolutely. $13 times to maybe get 10% MS boots to save time you just wasted? Yeah, that's the question, is it worth it? It also like ensures like maybe you get a really good fizz weapon, right? There's a couple layers of things you get from it, right? Question is, how much time does it add? Even if you don't get MS, the first 2 to 3 zones are much faster. What's the thought process between the first 2 to 3 zones being faster?
Keep moving.
Taking league start times. Oh, that's totally right. Get the zones so lower. I gotta be honest, I don't know if I even click it. I don't even know if I do it because, like, what about the risk of me straight up accidentally clicking log out and like going back in queue? I'll try it out just because I'm curious, but I don't know. I think on start, I definitely probably won't do it. Because, like, it's like my respawn at checkpoint is here. Exit path of Exile is here, right? Like, it's not that far off if I just, like, slightly misclick. Also, I'm doing this with a controller. So it's going to take me longer to do this, right? I don't have any hotkey to, like, to force it. Guarantees a two-handed weapon. Yeah. But you do kind of need that two-handed weapon to start with. All right, we'll try it. We'll try it for the run, and we'll see how it goes. So I do it when the gem occurs.
Clear folk could be in danger. I'd best hurry.
Bum, bum, bum.
Now this might be just.
Ah! Time lost! Time lost! Go! Double sound? Oh shoot, hold on. Alright, should be fixed. Thank you for letting me know. Reset, it's already over. Alright, yeah, you guys are right. You guys are right. We should reset. You guys are probably right. You know. We should definitely reset because of that. Kidding, I'm not gonna do that. We're gonna use what we got. What's he doing? We're testing the reset and if it's worth doing. If this is a dead end, I'm resetting. Okay, actually I am resetting. Hold on. Nah. We gotta scratch this one. Hold on. Oh, hold on. We had to adjust the sound, guys. That wasn't a legitimate run.
Foundling, it is a pity to see you like this. You arrived on our shores a whipped and
Real first run, Lance. Why don't you reset for dual weapon? Is that something I should do? Should I be resetting for dual weapon?
Moving.
Dual mace? Do I do it here?
I would appreciate it if you could.
Right here? Like this? Ooh. Is that like a lot more DPS?
Now this might be just what I need.
Makes him way faster? I'll try it. We'll try it out. Getting our extra rolling slams in there. All right, see if that works out for us. Let's find out if we made the right call. Oh! Wait, that's way better.
Stay back! Don't do this! I'm sorry, Brannock.
So that pretty much made up for the dual mace, pretty much made up for the time loss of the other thing, right? Like, that isn't much slower.
There's no use to the cards.
The Count.
Well, you must. I feel. Please, another for my collection. Thank you. Stay safe if you can.
We will survive this. I swear it.
How can I help? You have a keen eye.
I forgot to check if I had
Go well. How can I help? If you find a pint down there.
I don't have a regex for movement speed. We kind of messed up there. Kind of made a few mistakes. There are boots on page 2. That was a quiver, I'm pretty sure. That was a quiver, I do believe.
Come on! Hang down!
Get him off me. No, 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 no. You can't just freeze me like that. You can't just freeze me like that. You know all that? Ooh, that scepter? I can use that later on. I can use that later on. Don't mind if we do. Restart the run, you missed the boots. There were no boots, guys. Stop trying to lie to me, okay? There's not anything I get out of this, is there? I guess we could like grab contagion, maybe.
It's been many years. Does the witch still live here?
Oh, just had to knock it back into the stun ground. Oh, make it stop. All right, get me out of here. Get me out of here. Abort, abort. Do I just skip that dude as melee? It just never works out fighting that guy as a melee character. It's just literally just me just getting bullied the entire time. There were 1000% boots. You guys are lying through your teeth. Stop it, okay? Lying is not cool, guys. No way. This stupid freaking thing, man. Get it out of here.
It seems no one is safe from.
Give me that support gem. Give me. How many times do I have to click A on it? All right, it's fine. Not tilted. Not tilted at all. Watch the clip and see the boots. All right, you guys are making me watch the clip. This better be boots. No, there were boots. No, no, no. I wasn't gonna be able to afford them anyways. Okay. I wasn't gonna be able to afford them. Okay. They were gonna be out of my price range. They were gonna be out of my price range. Completely unaffordable for me. Dude, I freaking... Stupid wolves, man. It's ridiculous. What the hell is the point of my life flask? Oh, I don't have any charges. Fair enough. Pause the timer. So another... All right, you know what? Fine. Fine. You know what? You know, fine. 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 We can reset. We can reset. Is that what you guys want? I make a slight little infraction on the timer. You guys want to get all up in arms about it? Sure. Fine. Fine.
Foundling! It is a pity to see you like this. You arrived on our shores a whipped and broken child. Our people made you...
Dang it, I clicked the wrong thing. I clicked standard. No! No! What did I do? The 2-1 hand is faster bossing? Is it actually? Are you messing with me right now? Is it actually better?
Foundling! It is a pity to see you like this. You arrived on our shores a whipped and broken child. Our people made you...
Do a regex before you start again? Oh, good point. What do I even regex, you guys? What do I even regex? What's the thing we even want here in this situation? Just movement speed. Physical damage, I guess, if it appears on a weapon. Just that. That should be enough, right? I care about anything else? Level of skills. Yeah, we put that in there. Fizz percent. I think that's what the fizz damage is for. I think.
Have to keep moving.
Old res? Yeah, I guess that would be useful.
I would appreciate it if you
All right, I do appreciate the double weapon. This was definitely better than the weapon plus shield for sure. For absolutely sure. We could have got those MS boots early on. So maybe now that we have the regex, we're not gonna miss that and everything's gonna be totally fine.
Now this might be.
Look at that timing. Look at that timing. See, we're always in the same pot. He's in limbo. No. We're practicing our early game, okay? This is an important part of getting better, okay? It's a necessary piece of improvement. Practice makes perfect, guys. Practice makes perfect, okay?
What power! Hammer and anvil! Stay back! Don't do this!
Mess him up! Mess him up!
Tempered by victory. I'm sorry, Braddock.
What was that? Unique item? Is that good? Is that good for my run? Reset? No. That's standard RNG.
The Count must die for what he has done to me.
Well, you must. I fear. Please.
That's standard RNG.
This one.
What does this give me? 85 life. Chance to be inflicted with bleed. What the hell?
Stay safe.
How can I help?
3 to 7 fizz. Movement speed boots, but I can't afford them. Okay, well.
That'll pack a punch. Stick to the
That's what it's gonna be. Flat fizz it is. I take that back, that's fine. It like doubles my HP. Surely that's still worth using, right? Or is it not worth using? Does the bleed make it not worth? Did I just get... Wait, maybe it is a trap. Maybe it is a complete trap. We bait ourselves with this. Okay. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Massive damage. Massive damage. Insane levels of damage. Sell the uniques to get the boots? Oh my word, you're totally right. Before I get the level reset.
I'll find some use for that.
Oh? Hold on. You guys got me something? Thank you guys. Oh, nope. Don't step on that. Careful, that's moving treadmill. Don't step on it. Don't trip you. Yo, I just got a food delivery. I was worried they were gonna try to stand on the treadmill and it was gonna face plant, but they were a little bit cautious about it, so they didn't go and stand on it, so we're good. What is today?
A fine choice.
What is today? Do I buy those gloves with flat damage on them? I think I do.
Stick to the cairns.
Sorry. I will treasure it.
No yeeted kids by the treadmill? Yeah. That's not what we're going for. Are we cooking now? Because we have movement speed and we have some flat on gloves and flat on weapon. Okay. We missed the hut somewhere. I don't know how to freaking navigate this zone, so we'll probably run around and eventually find it or just not find it. Because I don't know how to navigate this zone to save my life. Resuming, we're trying to zoom. I don't know if we're very much succeeding though. Well, we found Red Veil at least.
These were not my ancestors, but I still respect their valor. Feel my wrath!
Usually get me near the entrance of the map. Yeah, we'd have to go back to find that, I think. To get that support gem. That's probably worth it. We'll find out, though. We'll find out.
Still defend their land, even after all this time.
The thing is, though, this, even though we have flat damage on this weapon, it gets outclassed, right? By the Greater Maul follow-up pretty fast, I think. Hey, Okaze, how you doing, man? What's going on, dude? 10 or 16 life from the boots. I think it's 10. The boots have, or 16. The boots have 8 strength, I think. Should be 16 flat life, which is pretty dang solid. Well, I'm nervous about doing this fight without... We have no shockwave. What are we doing live? Yo, try, man. Thanks for the raid. Welcome everybody from Try's channel. Good interview. As always, we're currently on our first practice run of the day. If anyone tells you we've done more than this, they're clearly lying. Movement speed on boots? Yeah, we got some movement speed on boots. We're trying out. I don't have the, I don't like much, life loss with this situation. Mess him up.
Go with honor. There is nothing left to defend.
Is this a Quinn run?
Yeah.
What on earth do you mean by that? We're moving at an absolute breakneck pace, my friend.
Oh, I like this one.
Keeping the flat damage, I don't know if that's the right play. Mace plus 2 gems.
Fine work.
2 to flat fire.
I still have much.
I think I take the... That's gotta be worth, right? 2 gem levels? 100% gotta be worth.
Renly's done a fine. Bye.
I did grab the waypoint, I think. I'm gonna go find the witch for my support gem.
What happened here? Good. Now the others.
Release that which you hold.
Should be back this way, I believe. Uh-oh. Damage is too high for our shockwave thing. We might be in danger. We're just one-shotting now. This is an awkward situation. Lance sees movement speed on boots 100% of the time. That's not true. That is simply just not true. Hello, Hyposa. How you doing? All right, you're going to sing me into the zone I need to be in. Dude, I'm a little bit worried. No support gem.
If the face
Is that gonna brick our situation here? John's Facebook carried hard. Why? Because he would say things like, "That's not my department. I don't know the answer for you." That's an acceptable answer, right? Sometimes. You don't want him to just start like trying to make up stuff and guess at things. That's how you get like just some misinformation. Lesser Desert Rune. I can put that on for flat fire right now. We're already having the problem where we're one-shotting things, so I probably shouldn't do that. We are dealing too much damage right now. That's our current issue.
My family has been abducted!
Okay. Where are we going? Checkpoint. Time for more fizz damage. Time for the hardest part of the campaign for a controller. Give me that fizz damage. I want it. I need it. Could have fought Druid for a support gem as well. You are making a grand assumption that I know how to navigate zones, which I appreciate. That you think I know what the hell I'm looking at when it comes to reading a zone layout. Whether or not I fight Druid in that zone is completely contingent on do I randomly, arbitrarily choose the random winding path that leads to him. That's how I end up fighting that guy. Is if by some miracle, I just chose the correct door to look at. Or the correct pathway or whatever, how you want to look at it. Dodging all the support gems? Yeah, something like that. Get me out of here. We also don't have life loss. This is actually really sketch. I can't even use that. What level is my cat? Level 5. We're way under leveled. Okay, Draven, where the hell are you? Are you this way? There we go. We found him. Moles has good AoE. Yeah, I think Druid will just be a better time. I really do. I'm a Druid believer. Please don't one-shot me. Not having medium life flask kind of sucks too. Freaking shut up. Shut up. I was about to stun him. What do you mean? Oh, this is bad. Is he gonna just start one-shotting me? I'm just at that HP where I just get one shot? Is that the situation we're in right now? I'll just get one shot by Draven. Why is there a skeleton in the ground? I don't think I've ever seen that mechanic before.
The Eternals will never surrender. I need more time. Your intrusion will be punished. I need more time.
Everything's totally fine, guys. Everything's totally fine.
Your name has long...
Not movement speed.
Coward!
I need mana flask or a life flask so badly. Flasks that don't give no HP. We need some of those bad. Where are you, Ascendancy? I'm gonna go back to town just to get it, honestly. Not having a life pot of the appropriate size is really rough.
Sorry. A full flask is a defiance of fate. Goodbye.
This is the first run where he gets to the cemetery. This is progress. We're making plenty of progress, guys. Maybe I'll get my support gem finally. Maybe this will be the run where we get the support gem. Dude, I can't wait to not be playing maces. Bear's gonna be so much better than this, guys. Bear has an actual melee AoE attack that you can do. That isn't rolling garbage. No insanely terrible attack time. To have to use a secondary skill just to be able to cause an AoE mechanic to occur. The Furious Slam actually has just AoE at baseline. Copium? How is that Copium, guys? Have you seen the... We've seen the baseline of that skill. It clearly has AoE. Why would you have a talisman at this level? Because it's a... Do you get a level 1 spear on a huntress? Do you get a level 1 bow on a ranger? Do you get a level 1 mace on warrior? Do you get a level 1 freaking staff on freaking a sorg? Do you get a level 1 scepter on a witch? What the hell are you talking about? It's a freaking base. It's not like you have to get a certain level to put it on. Mess him up.
Your cruelty was immortalized in... I will gladly honor this request.
Think I can do this now? Drew gets a mage. Johnson Talisman is a level 10 weapon. He did not say that. Stop. Stop lying. He did not say that.
I must make them suffer! I'm not ready. I'm not ready.
Mess him up. Yo, screw that. Screw that freaking cold spirit ability. I think it's the worst. What? What's that tracking? Get him out. All right, we're fine. That was almost sketch as hell.
Hunt with the first ones, old man. You've earned it.
He's aim logging? Yeah, dude, that was insane, man. That tracking was unprecedented, was it not?
Hold up a moment.
I still don't have a support gem, dude. I'm support gem starved right now. I'm actually so support gem starved. I don't have a single one yet, man. Have mercy on my soul, please. I'm begging you. So lucky. What do you mean? What do you mean so lucky? I'm out here suffering right now. How to start muling support? I might need to with this situation. I might need to with this situation, dude. It's desperate. It's desperate out here. I'm probably severely underleveled too, to be honest. Level 10 zone, I'm level 7. Yeah, we're in a very sketch situation. I've had terrible AoE clear because we got damaged too fast and we didn't get the AoE gem. We're probably gonna get dunked on by this guy. We're in this awkward situation. New sports must be a new strat. It is kind of a new strat, actually. How'd you know?
Rage all you want, beast.
Can't even see my character.
I need more time.
Please stop missing. You play Doerge's Lich Abyssal? Yeah, you can. It should work. Mess him up.
One less danger to threaten our home.
Level 11. Regal Orb, go. Exalt, go. There, we're talking. That's insane damage. We are about to absolutely obliterate the future enemies if I can just get a high enough level for that. It'll all be worth it. Support gem over here? Yo, I've been looking for a support gem. Oh, cool. Cool. The rare monster that makes everything in the nearby vicinity literally immortal. I love this. I love this rare type. I'm sorry. What the hell was that? Was my character frozen? Where's my item? Oh, you freak. What do you mean? I was clicking A. I wasn't directly on top of it, so I couldn't pick it up. And I guess apparently my character's frozen. Because there's freaking immortal mobs nearby. Oh, dude, I'm so annoyed. I still have 0 supports. How am I supposed to live like this? I'm just gonna be constantly under leveled because I never get the support gem that lets me get AoE on my mechanic. What the hell is this? It's okay. It's okay. I'm gonna get a bunch of XP in Fraythorn. It's fine. I'm gonna get a bunch of XP in Fraythorn. It's totally okay. It's completely fine. Fraythorn's got me. Did he skip Mudburrow? You always skip Mudburrow. That's just how it's played. No one runs Mudburrow. No one runs Mudburrow. That's not a real thing. I run it, liar. Yes, please. Entangle vine me. I have nowhere to move. Please, I love it. Do more of that. You freaking... Oh. Yeah, it's gotta be this way, right? Run straight through here. That was a tactical death, by the way. I knew I was clearly going into some dead ends, and I needed a tactical death to turn around the situation. It's calculated. And look where we're at now. Traveler. Where's it gonna point? Where's it gonna point?
I must destroy this.
Pointing back that way? All right, deal. Tactical decision. Wait, no, am I getting lured? Is it not actually this way? It is this way. Okay, cool. Kind of this way. All right, let's see how we do. See if it gives me a bunch of monsters or an appropriate amount of monsters. Because sometimes it just decides to just auto spawn just way more. It looks like it might be one of those giga spawns. Nah, man, nah. Are we sure?
Marked for death.
Are we sure? Are we sure? Yes, please. Please. Camp the ground of degen. They're really fun. Really fun how I can't hit you and you have constant degen all around you.
Keep running.
There's no world where I beat this guy from this point. Just permanently on top of ground degen. And I have no flask. This should be one of the easier fights? What are you calling easy? This fight is excruciating. He just camps degen the entire time. What the hell am I supposed to do? Like he's just gonna hit me with degen. Yeah, I'm just freaking dead. That thing just says he put it on top of the bubbles. I can't go freaking kill that thing. It just gets to keep hitting me. Okay, watch this not spawn in 100 monsters to lose all my life flasks. Can we do that, please? Can we do the normal spawn amount? So I don't lose all my flasks before the fight even starts. Yeah, it's like, I swear. There's like some RNG element that just decides, you know what? You get to lose all your flasks before the fight even starts sometimes. You don't have to stand on the degen ground. You realize that, right? You don't. There we go.
Keep running.
Holy, I hate this fight. Oh, I hate this fight so much. It's not targetable sometimes. I'm dying here. Dude, I freaking hate this fight so much. This fight as Mace is it's just freaking some garbage. Please, please keep camping the ground, Degen. Wouldn't actually want to have some meaningful engagement. I love just having the I don't get to stand next to you. Oh, yes! I freaking went to the other side so you go the other direction, but no! You knock back into the freaking... Of course you do! What's the point of going to the other side to hit you the other direction? Yes, please, just go stand on the D-Gen thing that I was trying to avoid. Oh, this freaking garbage fight! Sure, yes, please, please, yes. Cool! Cool! I love how I just have to keep moving away from you because you constantly stand on stupid garbage. Yes! I love this fight! It's so fun! Oh, screw freaking Maces, man. No AoE mechanics. I could never hit anything else on point blank on an enemy. I wish I could actually just practice as a druid and not have to play maces. This is like the closest thing I can get. Yep. Just phase out of my first attack to teleport on top of DJ ground. Why am I not surprised? That's of course how this fight would start. I'd take one swing and you port onto DJ ground, avoiding my attack and becoming really obnoxious at the same time for favorite. It's bad enough that this guy freaking gets to teleport out of my attacks half the time and then I miss 25% of the time just because freaking accuracy. Yes, please. Okay. Can we get him off of the DJ ground? That's the question. Oh, yes, please put the stupid totem thing that just gets to constantly do damage to me on top of the... this fight so much. I hate this freaking fight. I don't have any life loss. I'm just freaking. All right. You know what, guys? It's getting late, guys. I actually have to go. Not because I'm afraid of practicing maces or anything. Oh my word! I spent that entire run not getting any support gems. Freaking not getting XP because I don't have support gems to increase my. Oh my word! I can't wait to be playing something that at baseline actually can kill more than 2 monsters. Oh, because it'll actually have an AoE on the Furious Slam and not hit the size of the tiniest freaking circle imaginable, rolling garbage. I hate that skill so much. I have a star guide of Olix that might help you with. Oh, shut up! Shut up! Shut your mouth right now, okay? It's okay, guys. Tomorrow we'll actually get some real practice in. I'm gonna send you guys over to Connor. I'm gonna send you guys over to Connor. Tomorrow we're not gonna tilt. We're not gonna tilt. Okay, and we're gonna do smooth sub 50 easily sub 50 tomorrow. No tilting. Skivvy the Burrow paid off. It usually does. Okay. Yep. I don't have soft hands. That's strange. All right, enjoy Counter Stream, guys. I don't have soft hands. What the hell?